All right, welcome back, everyone. Logan here with Austin with Finding Truth podcast here on Unscripted Truth TV. We got big episode 20. We got 5 months in the books, and lots to talk about. Well, at least a little to talk about a lot of stuff that's happened, and including the plane crash bonanza that just who wants to take a flight nowadays, and you can already smell what's in the air, that there's something that's going to be turned out from the DC plane crash in the helicopter to the Philadelphia one. You can just tell that there's going to be some agenda that comes out on the other end of this, just like there always is. But that remains to be seen. We might discuss that a little bit, but we'll talk about each of them individually, and then a little about what they might mean together. And obviously, I say obviously, but obviously to me and Austin, these are ritualistic programming devices for the bigger ritualistic programming device coming up here on the 9th, the Super Bowl. And if you can't skim those two stories and see correlations to the Super Bowl just in reading the articles, well, I guess we can surmise it a little bit for you. But I also implore you to open that critical thinking cap and reread them then, because these stories are riddled with just occultic, ritualistic speech and numbers, all leading back to the biggest event in America pretty much yearly, the Super Bowl. So we'll talk a little bit about the Super Bowl, obviously, as well. And then I think we're going to have, as we talked about last week, we're going to, open things up to be about just relationships, whether or not it's, platonic relationships, boy-girl relationships, or, just people, relationships with people in general. I think all those things have their own place to talk about, and we'll see where we go with it and how long we go with it. But that'll be the order of operations here. So without further ado, I'll open it up to Austin and send it down. How's it going, buddy?
It's pretty interesting times. It's been a pretty interesting week. Lots been happening. It's been kind of monumental in some ways. I guess opportunistic is really the biggest takeaway of this week. But yeah, there's kind of some news for people too. Because something I did post on Free to Find Truth. There's this one thing I got sent to me. Actually, I got sent to me the previous week by Debbie. She's actually the one. She's a member of the community too, and she's actually the one that got me this. She got me the Jumanji hoodie. But yeah, she sent me this link or this message like over a week ago, and then a week passed, and then I looked at it, kind of thought about it, and then I watched it again, and I got back to her and stuff, and I actually decided to give this a try. And this is something. It's funny too, because she also did what I used to do. I did it was called ACN back in I signed up in like 2014 of like September. Back in September of 2014, it was kind of a learning experience. I never did anything like it, but it was like a cell phone thing. It was kind of like my own business in a way, where I had like this. It was called, I think, like Flash Wireless. But you go, you get a phone, and then you have a service, which at the time was like, it wasn't a really good service, but it was like incomparable, or maybe a little better than some of the other services around. But it was something that I just never really got anybody to get into or want to do. And like I said, I started in September of 2014. I heard about it. I tried it, spent $500 to sign up, and tried the service for like a couple of years to like 2016. Then just got rid of it because it's just something I couldn't really get to do, or really something that just really wasn't. I didn't feel like worthy, but I wasn't really like planning on doing something like this again. it just kind of this week just kind of changed things, or the other week when she sent me that, because I wasn't really thinking doing something like this again, but then she's doing it and she's making a little bit of money, and then she's got other people that are doing it and they're making good money, and there's it's the fastest growing company in the world. There's actually a 9-year-old right now that just signed up like 5 months ago, and they're making 10,000 a month. So I figure if a 9-year-old can do it, why can't I do it, or at least try it? So it's like I feel like it's something to consider for people. I mean, it's what it is. It's like it's pretty good, top notch quality products, but it's just for cheaper prices that you're just not going to get. Like even something I could order off of it too would be like protein, because like protein I use for the gym and stuff, and then not having to go to the store, you just order it right through there, and it's going to be cheaper and better than what you're going to get at the store anyways. So there is something kind of for everybody. I know we have some of the stuff here off it. It's in the kitchen. It's a couple different packages and stuff, but I mean, there's all kind of things you can order with it, and you don't even have to order. I mean, if you just want to get into it, I mean, like I said, it's $40 to start. Um, it's $49.95 to get to start, and then after you do it, you just pay the $9.95 every month, which is, I give $11 to Zach's Patreon every month, so it's less than that. So I mean, there's really not much to lose for $9.95 a month. And then at the same time, um, if people do want it into it, you can um, either choose to order products, or just try and get underneath it and try and make a business out of it yourself. But I think it's a good opportunity, or something that's worth a try. Um, Even like I said, if it's something that you only make like 200 or 100 or dollars extra, I mean, you're still making money off it. You're still profiting. So I think it's something to keep open minded about. Um, Something I can probably maybe get people to do at the gym, and people I know, and get them into it and see how it goes. And I think it's just kind of like, I think it's just a timing thing. I think it's because this is something that's newer. It just came up a couple years ago. Um, and it's the best products out there. I mean, you're getting the best products. You're getting stuff that people actually want, that's worthy, and it's for a cheaper price that you're not going to get anywhere else. So this is something that I feel really makes sense. So yeah, if people do um, want to get into it, just let me know. Let us know. And uh, again,
Yeah.
it's something that, again, anyone, and if you want to and again, if you just want to like order products off it, and try them yourself too, it's something you can do. I mean, you don't have to sign up and make it a business or something. You could, if you want, or if you want to get into it, um, it's totally up to you how you want to go about it. I'll just put it that way.
Well, this is something too I can potentially get, put here. I'm guessing it's like affiliate based, or for subscriptions or sign up uh, things like that. But we can eventually get, links put up in our videos as well. So if you get people
Yeah,
want
because
to
I
check
sent
it out.
you the one I sent you, that's your website you get when you sign up. So I kind of sent you that too in the
Oh,
link.
okay. Oh, okay.
Um, Yeah, I'm in I'm still figuring it out myself. I mean, it's not like a get rich thing fast. I mean, it's something it takes time to learn, and takes time to work and figure out. Like I have to still like build my bracket, build people up, figure out how to do all that. So I mean, it takes, it's not just necessarily sharing a link. I mean, yeah, that's the work you're really doing, is just sharing a link and basically getting paid to do it. But I mean, just building your bracket, getting people under you, getting people to either, go underneath you or buy products, or whatever, how you're making money. There's a lot of different ways to make money off of it. So it's something I just have to learn too. It's just a big learning experience too. It's been an interesting week too, because not only was there this opportunity that came up too, but then I got another opportunity too from someone I know, um, a possible like caretaking kind of position, where it's like I just get paid like 25, go up to 25 an hour, but there's benefits too, and it's only like 4 to 5 hours. So it's perfect if I can get that going, or even still do Uber, do something else on the side. You could even do like dog walking or something. There's so many things you can do, and um, so I'm kind of just I'm getting like all these things are happening this week. It's been weird, um, how it's all coming together. It's just how this week played out, especially since we met up there on Wednesday, and I helped you move, and we crushed the move, and I never burned so much firewood in my entire life. We were just on fire, tearing it down. We were going hard, and yeah, and then it's like I said, and then yeah, so possibly might be getting that caretaking position if that goes through.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, because I mean that might even help me too, like wherever I might have like a free place to live, or a place to live either way. So it's like that also helps me there as well. So it's like I'm getting all these opportunities right now this week, and then with the good life thing, and if that goes through and selling that and making money there, so that's another positive. Yeah, and then just like this, it's just been such an interesting week because it's been like so many things happening. It's like then we had this kind of weird snow type situation that's kind of happened too. It's our kind of first snow of the year, but it's not really like snow. It's just kind of like this weird I don't know, it's like kind of icy, and then it's kind of like crystally, and then it's kind of like, and then there were some that were like, it was kind of haily, and then some were just like big snowflakes, like big giant like clumps, kind of coming down. It's just so weird. And the sun was just like on and off. Like it'd be sunny for an hour, then it'd be storming for an hour, and sunny, and it'd be kind of like stormy. But it was like the snow doesn't stick. It doesn't really hold up. It just kind of disappears, and then it just doesn't really have like a normal look to it. It's constantly changing. It's times it's like hailing, and then it's like kind of wispy, and then it's like a mist, and it's almost like freezing rain, and then it's back to snow, and then the sun's out again. It's very, very strange weather. And it's supposed to be like this for like the whole week, I guess, or the next 2 weeks or something. So
yeah,
I guess we'll have to see what this brings for our area. I mean, I don't know what to really expect from it, if we're going to really get anything out of it, or it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's definitely strange. Got a quick little snowball fight with the kids and the doggos earlier. But yeah, the snow that came down, like you said, it was hail started it, and then it did snow semi normally type snow for only for about half an hour, maybe even a little bit less. But we got a decent amount out of it, and the snow, it's like it made great snowballs and everything. But that was almost weird to me. It's like usually I'm used to snow being kind of trash. To you go to make a snowball, and it's just like you take so much effort to. But like these were just like magnetic snow almost. It was pretty it's great for snowballs, but they were just like little pellets of snow. It was very strange. Um, but yeah, we'll see where this goes throughout the week. Um, I'm definitely gonna be paying attention to it, not only for my work but for the business as a whole, because we run a restaurant and we now live, further away from it. So just the logistics with all of that, and if and when it snows in Portland, but potentially, uh, what that might bring. But all remains to be seen. But yeah, that's as much as I had for the personal side of things. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, you mentioned coming down and helping me move. That was huge. I appreciate
Yeah.
that, and it was a lot of fun. And like you said, we had a big bonfire, and we took some pictures, and those are posted on the page if you want to go check it out. But
And hopefully
yeah,
that motivates, inspires people to come together and do things. Hopefully it's making Big Zachy Bear proud out there.
yeah. I mean, we just met each other one time, had pretty much one conversation, and then some side banter throughout one day, and it's turned into 5 months of premium podcast episodes
Oh yeah.
and many more ahead. So yeah, hitting things in the news cycle. Obviously, the biggest things taking up the mental space of the common mortal in America are these insane plane crashes back to back within 2 days of each other, starting with this one right out of Washington, D.C., right after the inauguration, right after their football team lost to the Philadelphia team. Of course, you then get a Philadelphia plane crash. Lots to talk about. Like I said, you could easily peruse the headlines, not just the headlines, but go into their articles and get a lot out of these a lot of the ritualism out of these events, and kind of see where they're mocking you, and kind of build like an index about what this is all for and about. And because I in the lead up, I did mention the Super Bowl and how these things are for the Super Bowl. That's not what I mean. It doesn't end with the Super Bowl. It's never ended with the Super Bowl. It keeps going. All these agendas keep going. It's just that there's crescendos to. It's not to say that it ends for good, but it leads up, and they like to have a little, like a major event to cap their um you know their large rituals, and don't you know don't be fooled. The Super Bowl is and always has been a large ritual. That's the purpose of it. That is, I can I probably sound like I'm parroting a million TikTokers, who are, finally picking up on this stuff, or, at least the face value stuff, which has been, going around a while. But obviously the Super Bowl is a huge ritual, down to the halftime show, to there's no denying it. Only people who can deny it are the ones who, you know, perceive to benefit from it because it's their team, or they love the sports so much. And by sports, I mean watching it, other men play the sports, and they love the beer, and they love the bad food, and there's a sense of camaraderie that comes from that. I used to be in it. I'm aware of how that works. And it does represent fun and pleasure, but living your life for fun and pleasure only until you wake up and you can, like I've mentioned multiple times, be far enough away from that fun and pleasure to realize just how it degrades the true purpose of a human being. Then at that point, once you see that, you're no longer asleep. And what you choose to do with that information moving forward will makes you, I think. I mean, I'd hate to think that everybody who's just walking around a sheep, who, is stuck in a system of making sheep, to think that they're all doomed without knowing. But the ones who know and still stay a sheep, good luck. Good luck for whatever's coming next for us in this world, whatever. Because, I mean, you're basically playing an agent for the enemy, if that's what you're doing still. And I know there's a lot of people like that. I know there's a lot of people like that. And it's frustrating, but we got to do our part to at least wake up the sheep who still sleep. Looking good, number 9.
Looking good. Yeah, it's just there's so much going on right now. I think, wasn't there even like another something else crash, another plane crash, something just today or something, or
That's a good question.
it's been such a busy week. It's been just so much going on, so much happening. I can't even keep up with it all. It's just
It's like good luck. If it's not,
yeah.
it's just, this is what Zach was talking about in that what's it, the event 201, the flooding, with information to block out misinformation. That was their agreed to way to deal with misinformation when there's a crisis happening, and they want the real news, their news, to be on the front page. If they call it like the flood out method or something like that.
Yep.
So yeah, good luck if there was another little plane crash, because just look up plane crash today. and it's just going to updates today from a plane crash 3 days ago. That's what you want. So I'm not sure, but if anyone else has any information on that, please let us know. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Is there just going to be a plane crash every other day until the Super Bowl, or what?
Right.
Wouldn't be surprised.
I'd be surprised if there was a plane that crashed right in the center of Washington, right in the middle of the desert, just crashed right on in. Nobody reported it. No one's seen it. Then we know what happened.
If a plane crashes in the middle of the desert and no one's around to see it, you can bet that 70 people died and they know all the names and they have their wallets.
Yep.
But I want to, I know we've had extremely busy weeks, both of us, and I've only been able to look into these things for just a minute, just a few minutes, I should say. And I have my little ancillary things I want to talk about, but is there anything gematria wise? I know that there's a lot to do with this, and I always, push people to go check out, stay here and watch, please. But also check out Gematria Effect News, because his coverage of this I know has been rather robust and complete right off the bat. I just haven't had the time to kind of catch up with his videos. I've also had internet issues to where I haven't been able to be on my computer to do research, which hopefully that works itself out in the next couple months. But yeah, check his videos out. I know he's putting the videos out. I just haven't had the time to stop and watch them. But I'm sure they are very good and very informative for, if you're looking to get the gematria picture. And I know that I can pull the, not necessarily gematria as in like, cross referencing the numbers right off the top. I know, I'm not saying I could do that, but without doing so, I don't think it takes a lot. Honestly, I think that this is you know, it's obviously gematria heavy. Obviously, it ties to the leaders of the towns where these things are happening, and even down to the coaches and the players for the Super Bowl. But just the numbers that they give you, just the idea that this plane crashes and it was on runway 33 of
Yep.
at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. What a mouthful, you
Right.
know. And, so you have, obviously runway 33. This is the Masonic city. This is Rome on the Potomac. This is the most Masonic city in America, more than likely, at least, building wise. And 33 being a huge number with the Masons, obviously the highest degree of the Scottish Rite. And I can go on and on and on. They love to imprint 33 on all sorts of different things. And I know that there's a story about anyway, we'll get into certain other things later. But the other piece being in the Ronald Reagan Airport, and right after Trump won, and he ran on MAGA, and Ronald Reagan ran on MAGA, and it's just boom, it just keeps hitting you, and then the Black Hawk helicopter, and there's reportedly releasing, like a docu series or something like that on the Black Hawk Down movie that came out in 2001. Just on Netflix like next week. So
Yep.
then you have the Blackhawks setting records right now in the NHL.
Yep.
Like they had their fastest scoring ever. It's just like, guys, come on. Look, all these things can happen separately. And I would still be sitting here saying, oh, look, it was only a week ago the Blackhawks set a record, and now look what happened. And you'd probably say, yeah, okay, a week ago, okay, maybe I could see that. But these things are happening right on top of each other. It's like what I always tell my girlfriend is just like, these things cannot happen. If you are skeptical, these things can't happen this way. When 22 people are reported dead, it can't be, the information can't come out on February 2nd. It just you can't do that. That is you can't just keep doing stuff like that. You can't have, there was another thing, a big 131 involved in the DC plane crash. And when did it happen? January 31st, 131. So it's just a lot of these things. There's, you can only hold out so much skepticism and try to play devil's advocate too much, because it the skeptical nature. I love skepticism too. It's a little annoying when people that are trying to give you the truth, you're so skeptical about that, but you're not skeptical about the talking heads. But it is what it is. At least some air of skepticism is good for everybody, and no one should be so naive and accepting of everything. But like, there's just so much that is surface level with these things, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's just everything. I mean, every story this week. I mean, it's just all the same thing, and then you just look at what's on the line. I mean, if you just look at uh, the way they're putting this week together, I know there's even, I think there's because like I said, I know like WrestleMania and like the Daytona 500's coming, but I think the Clash this night, or it might be finishing up right now, um, which is like I think it's like an expedition race that starts the season or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So this might be tied in with all this, or the Super Bowl or something.
At the Coliseum.
Looks
Yep.
like Chase Elliott won. Yeah, I think it's an expedition race. It doesn't count, but it's just like a. And go figure, he drives the 9.
Do you know who sponsors Chase Elliott? Napa.
Napa.
They got the Napa know-how. Where did this take place? I'm trying to. Bowman Gray Stadium.
And he's 29 right now. It says he's 29.
Oh, good catch.
I think he's almost the exact same age as Mahomes.
This is in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Yep, you're absolutely right.
Yep.
November 28th is November 28th. When is the Black Pope's birthday? Isn't it something like that? I need to have all these things indexed. I always forget this homie's birthday. November 12th. Okay, it's a November birthday, so it's worth checking.
Yeah, Russell Wilson's is the 29th of November too. Yeah, just look at all the 29s for the Super Bowl. I mean, it's on 2-9. Chase Elliott's 29, wins in the 9. Mahomes, of course, he's 29, just like I'm 29, about to be 30, and you got Mahomes. Mahomes equals 29. Football equals 29. I mean,
See what good old Chase Elliott's got going on. What was it? 2 L's.
he's got the 109.
Just a name like it's always so funny. It's always just so funny. Chase. What's Chase do? Oh, he's a Sprint Cup driver.
Another cars on the track, man.
Yeah, it's like
he's a real chaser.
Yeah. He's teammates with Drag and Wheel. It's like, what? These are real people?
Yeah, Chase. What a name. Chase. Napa know-how.
Well, today's the 2nd, and Napa won. That might have been a clue for what car.
Yeah.
On 2-2, Napa wins the. Very interesting. Yeah, good. Good pointing this out too, because just speaking. I mean, obviously, if we're not clear enough. I mean, you did say it. Yeah, the Super Bowl's on 2-9, but
Mahomes is 29. I'm 29. Chase Elliott's 29. All the Mahomes equals 29. Football equals 29. There's a lot of 29s on the board for Sunday.
absolutely. Tries for Chevy.
Yep.
Drove the Chevy to the levee.
Big heavy Chevy.
Just what was it, ZL1? Is that what they said it was? Yeah. Oh, he drives for Hendrick Motorsports. Man, they've been making waves.
Oh yeah.
I don't follow this, but I see their name
And look
everywhere.
at the track. Bowman, his teammate Bowman. So you got the Mockery there.
Whose teammate?
Chase Elliott's is Bowman and the
Oh,
20
really?
the 20 yeah, the 24 as well. The 24, the 48, and the 5.
No way.
William Byron and then Bowman and Larson.
Okay, so I would say that. I mean, I'm sure this was still a betted on race, even though it was
And the gray
exhibition.
too, kind of like Paul Gray. Gray
Yeah.
Stadium.
Let's see. Bowman Gray. That's where it is. Sorry. Was it Gray?
Oh, look at that. 47, 119, 151. It's got all the numbers.
Didn't they call it the Coliseum though?
Yeah, I think so.
Oops. Is it 1L? No, it's 2Ls, right? No, I don't remember. Yeah, it's 1L. 216, isn't that 6 times 6 times 6?
Oh yeah. You got the 81.
Interesting. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I could probably click on him. Here we go. How do I look at him specifically? Oh, let's look up Hendrick Motorsports just to see if 109. 253. Was that the prime? Oh no, it's a 20-second triangular. Interesting. They went on 2-2, huh? Hmm. Well, yeah, good clue in
Yeah.
on this. I totally forgot about the NASCAR picking back up because that's definitely a thing that plays into all this stuff. We've highlighted that in the past.
Yes, this is very interesting, especially with this being expedition race. So it's got to obviously give some clues away. Getting ready for the Daytona 500 and WrestleMania and stuff coming up.
So yeah, as far as the in order of operations, we have the DC bombardier crashing into the Black Hawk helicopter right off the runway at Ronald Reagan Airport.
Who also
Splashing.
ran on Mega, like Trumpy. It's got the Mockery.
Of course, splashing into the Potomac River.
Yep.
And all casualties. They say 67 total dead. I mean, that's just a mockery in and of itself. Uh, Ritual sacrifice, human sacrifice, both equaling. Oops. Ooh, where am I? No, not sorry, not human sacrifice. That's what I meant. And sacrifice. Oh wait, what is it? Blood sacrifice. Stop mixing those up so much. But both equaling 67. These numbers come up a lot in stories like, large amounts of death, or it's pretty rare you get a story about 67 people dying. Usually it's a number. Maybe it happens on July 6th or June 7th, or there's some numbers that play into it. But this is just blatantly 67 people apparently gone. And it's a smorgasbord of people. And we've done this once before, where we kind of like highlighted what was it already? Man, it's just amnesia's hitting me hard. What we were Was it a school shooting that we were going through the victims? I believe we've done that at least once. Where it just, their stories all registered very odd, and their names are obviously randomly fitting for the story and things of that nature. And I don't want to sit here and call everything a psyop, or call everything, everyone crisis actors. God forbid these are real people. I'm not saying these things don't happen. Like, I'm not saying people don't die that aren't real. They blur the lines so easily that it becomes this thing where it's just like, in order for your to be on the right side of being fooled, you would rather prescribe, the whole event to a psyop, rather than try to pick the truth out, pick the actual things out, pick the actual victims out, because they're going to present you with crisis actors. They're going to present you with this, the scene, a whole psyop in the scene and how it's presented. And then you're going to have, three people who are, know the people, certain people who might have been affected, in real life. And at that point, the line's blurred with that person, and it sucks for that. But, and if anything, let me put it this way. If something like this ever happened and I was connected to it, and I like, so, I don't like to talk about this kind of stuff, but say, something tragic like this happened and I knew somebody connected to it, you know, I would be able to speak on the truth of the things. And also, I would not stop. I'd be relentless into looking into what happened, because I knew a real person in that. You know what I mean? And so from my perspective, I'd be like, did this flight even exist? Do I know that this person was on the flight? Or whatever the thing may be. But one thing that also happens is, like, a lot of these people just fade off into obscurity, and they're always willing to say, oh, it's just in these trying times, they just want anonymity, and they just want to, mourn and everything like that. Well, I say F that. I'm almost to the point where I'd rather be brash about it than pussyfoot around it. These people need to come forward, and maybe it is all on the up and up, and their corroborating stories will prove that. But because there's no stories, there's no people telling it how it really is, that we just have to take the news for its word. And not only the news, but whoever the news props up to tell us about it, which a lot of the times we've pointed out have just been ancillary people that don't even seem like that. There was that one time where it was like the deli manager was giving the reporting on the death of a woman. And it's just like, is that who she would want to be talking about her? Oh, she was a great employee. She made the best sandwiches. Just like, what the hell? This sounds like a slap in the face. And that's a lot of times what you get is this. It's like, where's the family? Oh, the family doesn't want to be talked. The family doesn't want to say anything. Well, it's like, this is starting to look really sketchy when no families want to speak up. It's kind of odd to me. It's almost to the point where it's just like, they need to. If they're real, then we should have a lot of evidence about the families coming forward and explaining how it's all real. But we have but that doesn't exist. And like I said, I don't like being so pessimistic that I blame victims or whatever, but I can't see the victims. I can't, they don't make themselves known, or the families of the victims or whatever. So from where I'm sitting, I see a bunch of crisis actors. I see a fake scene, and I'm told a number like 67 people. And then I'm given, oh, these were all ice skaters. We're all on board. Oh, a Black Hawk helicopter hit a airplane with a bunch of figure skaters on it, and Nancy Kerrigan is just ready to give interviews. No, who has spoken the name Nancy Kerrigan in over a decade, more than that? But she's just boom right in front of the world. And wait, what do hockey players do? Oh, they're basically figure skaters. They're more skilled figure skaters in a lot of instances. And they just the Stanley Cup just happens to be around the corner, and the Blackhawks are playing, and they're setting records. And it's just a whole lot of, from where I'm sitting, there's too much to sift through to have to prescribe this as a true event that happened. And not to mention, you get of course, in this day and age, we don't have all the Tesla cameras out yet, so we still get the 340p quality of all these things ever happening. And it just looks like a light. It looks like a missile. It looks like a drone that's just slowly, purposefully driving into the airplane. That's what it looks like. 100%. You can watch it over and over and over, whether or not that's real or not, whatever it is. It could just be an in-air test. And they're just testing, they have an old junky airplane and no one was on it at all. And they, just they're testing unmanned drones as suicide bomber type things. That's what it looked like to me. It just purposefully went right into the plane. There's no mistaking that the little dot from where you can see it, it just flies right into the plane, or the whatever the other thing is. You can't really make out that it's a plane either. But all the stories that have poured down from it are all within like nobody questioning the act itself. We're just all, oh, it was what they said it was. Now here are the victims. Well, no, can we have better proof that it was what you said it was before you just tell me instantly they're all dead in the river and you can't even find them for over a day? And the numbers that you keep pulling out are all ritualistic and have to do with either like Kobe or, it's crazy how they do it. It's crazy how they do it with, obviously Philadelphia being in the, I say obviously too much, but with Philadelphia being in the Super Bowl, and that's Kobe's hometown. And you obviously, he died in a helicopter. I can say obvious to that. You can look it up, even though I don't think it's obvious that he did die in the helicopter, but that's what they said happened. Then you have a helicopter crash. And then shortly after that, you have a plane crash in Philly. They were reporting 41 initially, and now it's up to 55. Oh, you want to remind me how many points the Eagles just scored in the conference championships? It couldn't have been 55. That's an unheard of score. So we were talking about this too, about how this is a crazy score. This is a crazy score. Oh, well, look, they had something lined up for that score. That score had something to do with the happenings of the very next week. And that's how they do it. They build onto these things and crescendo it.
Yeah, it's no coincidence. I mean, Satan equals 55. I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, both these plane crashes, just totally 100% mockery all around. I mean, just look at you have the helicopter and the plane. I mean, just ask yourself, how does a plane and a helicopter even come together like that? I mean, and then think about what you have here. You have, it was an it's an American Eagle flight. So you have American Eagle going into a Black Hawk, or a Black Hawk into American Eagle. I mean, think about that. I mean, the mockery couldn't be more high. I mean, I mean, there's so many things with all of this. You have, I mean, going with the new Black Hawk Down series is coming out February 10th.
Day after the Super Bowl.
Yep. So it's the day after the Super Bowl, coming out on the big 210, 10 days away from the big Kurt Donald Cobain's birthday. Big Kurt Donald Cobain's going to turn 58, like Freemasonry, on the big 220. So it's going to be an interesting day. Into year 59 of his life, like Freemasonry as well, 59. So it's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some big news with that. I mean, and then you have, it's 12 days from the story, January 29th to the 10th. And then if you look at the Black Hawk operator, it's the 12th aviation battalion. So that's pretty interesting. And the type, the plane type, the CRJ 701 ER made its commercial debut in 2001. That was 129 days after 9/11, and then Black Hawk Down was released in theaters on January 18th, 2002.
Yep.
Yeah, so you have all these things that are just connected. And just look at, and then you look at the call sign or whatever for it too, Pat 25, like Patrick Mahomes is 2025. Or if you just write out Pat too, it's interesting because you get the 37, the 10, the 44, the 17. So you get a lot of kills with that. And then too, if you write out Pat 25, you get the 62, the 35, the 69, the 42.
Oh, 42.
And then if you write it out to all the way Pat 25, you just write out 25, it equals 60, like the big 60 selection. So this major mockery all over. And then you got too, of course, look at Potomac River, that equals, it's got the 65 in it, like Kurt Donald Cobain. You find that every episode, the 65. Big Kurt Donald Cobain in there. And then you got look at Potomac. Potomac equals 83. It's got the 29 for another 29.
Oh, it's P. Oh, okay. I have Pat up there. That's fine.
Potomac.
Yeah. Potomac, yeah, is another 29, correct. And yeah, Philadelphia.
Undeniable.
Right. Yep, same cipher. Which, this happened in DC and everything, but these things all connect and leading. So it's almost like this is the Kansas City crash, and the other one is the Philadelphia crash. Like there's two crashes that happen for both teams, and interestingly enough, that crash that happened in DC was headed to Missouri.
Yep.
Where Kansas City is. So, and then the other one, interestingly enough, the one that crashed in Philadelphia, this is just one of those ones where there's no way to like feel good about reporting about it. It's, if it were true is what I'm saying. If it is true, because this is like literally well, I shouldn't say literally. This is reported to be a medevac that carries, one patient at a time, which, first of all, hello, greenhouse gases. But anyway, this person's apparently coming into America from Mexico, from Tijuana, to get treatment that they can't get in Mexico. And you want to know where that little girl, Valentina, is getting her treatment? At a Shriners Hospital in Philadelphia. What do you know? So she leaves the Masonic Hospital, and their plane crashes within a minute, they say. Within a minute after takeoff, it's down. And it says it went left, it went right, and then straight down like a dart, like a lawn dart. These are people dead, and the little girl's dead, and the mom's dead, and supposedly, reportedly, and they're just, this is how they report things. Look, a lawn dart, that thing went down. Just like, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
lawn dart. I've never heard that before. It's like
I mean, look at this look at these
total
pictures.
clownery.
Does that lawn dart have a nuclear weapon warhead on it?
Yeah.
It didn't crash into a gas station, people. This thing didn't crash into, you know, some oil refinery. This thing is just, this is a plane crash. And you can do some investigative reporting of your own through the pictures, but they love to show you, look, oh, look, a piece of the plane right there. That's easily make it, you can just easily make it out right there. Just two pieces. The rest is just literally incendiary ash and rubble, and you can't make anything out. But look at what we found, guys. Where is it? They love doing this. I think I clicked on one of the pictures to find. Oh, here we go. Look what we found. We found the door. Look, it's right here in the street. Look, you can see it yourself. Can't you see it? That's the door. Here's a picture of what the plane looks like. And this is the exact door. You see? What we said was true. There you go. That's all you need to see. Look, that's the door from the jet we said that crashed. And otherwise, there's where's the plane? Where is it?
Yeah.
Where is it? Oh, look at this big hole. It's not that big. Okay. All right. Okay, you're telling me a plane crashed right here? And they just cleared it out within instantly. But then they were still searching for bodies, but they had to just get the plane out of there, or the plane just incinerated and it's just gone. And all that's left is the door and a little bit of scrap things that you can say, oh, that easily may. Okay, let's play this. Let's play supervillain. Let's play we're the ones planning this. Now we know that we have the media on our side, and we know that they're going to be ready with their, Associated Press is going to be there waiting. New York Times is going to be there waiting to take the best pictures. And what do we need there? What does the scene need to look like? We can't put a plane there because we're going to be bombing these people. So it's not like there's an actual plane involved. What can we plant there? Well, a piece of the plane here and the door. That just magically, what is the door made out of that it makes it perfectly not incinerated? What does the outside of the plane with the writing to say, oh, look, I'm this type of plane? What is that made of? Why not make the whole plane out of that? Then they would have just skidded on the ground and everyone would have been fine. But no, they forgot to use scrap metal for the whole thing. Only this scrap metal survived, and only the plexiglass survived. Plexiglass, we all know that can survive this type of crash. Something that makes this fireball is easy to survive when you're just plexiglass. Look, a little hole. Otherwise, no worse for wear. Anyway, I'm going on and on about it and kind of being sarcastic about it because this happens time and time and time again. 9/11, there's landing gear at the corner of the building and everybody's ready to take the photo of it. It's the photo of the year, but there's no other proof of a plane at all. There's not even a smidgen of evidence of a plane other than that. There's literally no evidence of a plane in Washington or in the Pentagon. It looks like a cruise missile flies straight. Like, first of all, let's talk about reality. A plane requires lift and drag. Lift and drag. Tell me, how much gravitational lift can you get 10 feet off the ground when you're a huge passenger plane? Somewhere around zero. Somewhere, that's why you got to stick your nose straight up when you're taking off, because you need all of that force to push the entire body into the air. Enough of that makes sense to me, and I understand all of that. You cannot fly 10 feet off the ground as an airplane. You don't have the lift. It's like a magnet. It's like gravity, so they like to call it, will just pull you straight down. And it's instead of it being pulling you, it's pushing you down, because you're generating like reverse drag or all drag. I'd have to draw it out to remember exactly how that works, which would shove your nose into the ground the same way if you tried to fly. But anyway, but you know, if you go and watch the evidence of a plane hitting the Pentagon, it's just like a little white little pill that just flies by their, you know, their 480p cameras at the Pentagon. You know, they got Luigi Mangione dead to rights. I had to bring him up. Every episode I'm bringing him up. I won't stop. You guys might have stopped. I ain't stopping. He's getting a shout out in every episode.
Luigi.
Until I forget, and then you guys can call me out for it, because then I will have then forgotten, just like everyone else. But yeah, and then, you know, you look at the aftermath at the Pentagon. I know this might seem like we're going off tangent, but it really is like, it's a good example to bring into this, because it's highly publicized, and you know, you can go back, all the photos still exist basically, and they like to say what it's all about. They show you the devastation from the Pentagon, but you look at it and there's like a perfect hole sent into the building, and even the filing cabinets, even stacks of paper on top of the filing cabinets are still there. Like the wall is gone and there's filing cabinets with stacks of paper.
Yeah.
Something else happened than a plane crashing, that's for sure. Anyway, and you know, just they love to. I'm positing that these items are staged. I can't look at these things and say they're not staged. Looks like a bomb went off here, huge bomb. Let's see if I can. I think when I went video, and of course you got the ring capturing it all. We talked about the ring, and the ring cameras are everywhere.
Tomorrow's gonna get you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go back here. You tell me. I hate that that's right in there. Can I get that out of my face? Pull up for precise seeking. Pull up for precise. No, get out of my face. I don't know if they don't re-show it. That's the other thing too. So let's see. Sure. It's a plane, they say. Damn. Let's see. Oh, it's just a small explosion, okay? It's not going to have some, like, mushroom cloud. Oh, wait.
Yeah, if that's a real plane, you must be watching Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
So, sorry for the bad quality, but that's what we're afforded here from Ring cameras. But yeah, it's, you got 7 dead, 22 injured. Interesting. That's 22 divided by 7 is pi, which could be something to do with that. But
yeah, if you add 7 and 22, you get 29.
29. So. Good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, dang. So basically 29 victims. Yep. You could say this 29 victims. Great point. And of course, this is brand new news as well. They've updated this number from 19 to 22 on what day? Oh, February 2nd. 2-2 on 2-2. And Napa wins. Napa equals 22. Huh.
And Chase Elliott's 29 and all these 29. Huh. 29, that right there could be the winner.
But yeah, this is, I mean, so let's, what are your thoughts on this bad boy, on either one?
I mean, in both of them, you know, again, it's both are just, you know, total clownery. I mean, you have one where it's the helicopter and the plane, they crashed together. Obviously, the symbolism, the eagle and the Black Hawk, and all of it coming together. So,
Good point.
tons of symbolism with that.
Eagles equals 22.
Yep. Yeah, and all this, it's just all synced up with the Super Bowl and Philadelphia and all these, of course, Washington D.C. and Trump and everything. So you have these stories, kind of merging together. Just look at the gematria of Roosevelt and Super Bowl too. It's a 4-cipher match. You get 131, 41, the 112, and 49.
Mm-hmm.
So you have.
And yeah, you're right. And Super Bowl equaling 131, and it happened on January 31st.
Yep.
Good point.
Yeah, and how it's a rematch of. Remember where the Eagles the season began in Brazil. Brazil's got the 68, the 32, the 94, the 40. United States also has got the 40. And then you have, this is the rematch of Super Bowl 57. The only team to repeat or three-peat but it wasn't the Super Bowl. It was different than with 57 years ago was the Packers. So it's interesting. It's a rematch of Super Bowl 57, and it's 57 years ago. You have the Packers doing it, but it wasn't like it is now. So that's interesting. So you have that. And obviously the NFL was born on Patrick Mahomes' birthday there, the September 17th. Of course, that's the way it's got to be. Mahomes, and you have Wichita, Kansas. Wichita, if you write out Wichita and then KS, it's got the 103, the 40, the 140, the 59. So again, the same. You got the 40, you got the 59 in there. You have Super Bowl 59. It's interesting too because it's a rematch of the 103rd NFL season. Home teams are 10-2 in the playoffs in the Super Bowl. So you have if the
Eagles are at home.
Chiefs, yep, and if the Chiefs win, they'll be 10-3, just like Wichita, Kansas, or KS is 103 as well.
Good catch.
103rd NFL season home. Yeah, so it's all synced up in so many ways. You have the Super Bowl is on the 40th day of the year, so you have the 40 again. Of course, Washington. If you're at Washington's got the 50, the 140, 49. And then on that day, the story broke was 140 days as well before the governor Shapiro's birthday. So you got the 140 in there as well. Connecting all of it together. Of course, the plane was en route, to Missouri, Kansas City. Of course, where it had to be going. And the plane was then to go to Mexico, and Mexico equals 69 to 33. And then it's just like the runway 33 incident in DC. So you have the 33 in there. So you have the overlap with these stories right there.
Of course, yeah. I've noticed a lot of overlap with these stories. Like the guy John Connolly, who sounds a lot like John Connor, actually, than I think about it. Or no, it's John Donnelly. That was his name. The chief that did a lot of the reporting on the DC crash, I think. He had a lot of name overlaps with the mother of the girl who was being taken from the Shriners Hospital. Her name was, let's see. Victima. Oh, that's because it's on videos. That's why. Okay. Which one did I click on? Damn it. Sorry. Thought this would be easier to find. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Lizeth Ozuna. Notice a lot of 157s popping up with this, which not her full name, but her name. And then you had John Donnelly. What was it? 2 N's? No. Damn it. I should have wrote these down. Because I wasn't clicking on news links. I was clicking on like a video to watch it. And it was like, John Donnelly reports. Let's see. Is that him? Here we go. Fire Chief, DC Fire Chief John Donnelly. Donnelly. Was it Chief John Donnelly? I can't remember where I got that from then. But Shriners Children Philadelphia 157.
Yeah.
Let's see what the attributes of that are. 37th Prime. I love this ad it gives me. That's what I'm looking for. There was certainly another 157. I think 157.50 as well. Man, should have took better notes. I was just skimming over it and reading these articles, but oh, was it the Potomac River? No. Anyway, it'll either come to me or it won't. Whatever.
The Potomac.
But also, the Potomac is a Native American river, if you will. They've kept the name like they like to do, pay tribute to their evil deeds they've done with the people, including all races and creeds of people, not just. Anyway, won't go too far into that, but like you're saying, just the overlap with these things is what I noticed immediately reading both of these stories, and one, maybe some levity in this is, I was telling you a little bit about it, but let's see if I can bring it up to have just to, that way you guys don't have to look yourself. You get beloved by everybody who knew him, Mr. Epstein. Poor Epstein. And this is where I could come across. I'm making a joke. I'm going to make a joke, obviously, because I watched the full news report on this. I think, yes, it was WSOC TV's story on it. And they did the story on this guy right here, Mr. Epstein. and they refer to him as Mr. Epstein or Epstein, just Epstein sometimes. This is, like you said it perfectly. This is, everybody should think of it this way. They can't, they got to know. There's no way they don't know that they're calling him Epstein. It's just like, but not only did they not know, one of them was almost laughing on in their little, if you look up what I just typed in, DC plane crash Ian Epstein, and click on this first link and watch that, and it's like 5 minutes long, you'll see what I'm talking about. They're almost laughing because they just keep calling him Epstein. And so basically they have one guy who used to take a lot of flights apparently, and they got a flight with, he would frequently get flights with Mr. Epstein, which is a startling admission from him. Keep that on the hush. If you don't just, wait, consult your lawyers before just telling everybody you're on Epstein's flights. But supposedly one of them got delayed one time, and Mr. Epstein grabbed the mic, and he was just knew how to make everyone laugh, and he was just such a bright soul. But one time the delay went on really long, and you know what happens when the delays go on really long? The children, right? The poor children were getting nervous. They were getting antsy. And Epstein loves children. He loves them. And he knew exactly what to do to make them smile and get through the time. He's just so good with kids. Epstein was so good with kids. I'm going on record saying it. Epstein loved children. Okay. Let's just be real. Let's just, it's out in the open now. All right. But rest in peace, Epstein. You'll be missed. And jokes. They want to talk about jokes. This whole thing is a joke. And yeah, so if anyone wants to look up how they love to mock, this is a perfect example of it, with one of the victims being Epstein. Epstein's flight didn't quite make it. But hopefully, those kids that he warmed their hearts will always remember him. I'm sure all the kids that he's touched will remember him. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, mockery on top of mockery on top of mockery on top of mockery, and then it's time for the Super Bowl, and everybody forget all this crap.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a sign of things to come. I mean, you look at the way the plane, or nuclear bomb explosion, whatever you want to call that, whatever that was, that could just be a sign of things to come. We could be seeing a lot more of that, and who knows how many. They could say that just happened out in central Washington here. That just happened out in Wyoming. That just happened in Montana and Idaho. It could be going on in the middle of nowhere in every state. Uh, Stuff like this, and then you're going to have this just be the new normal. Or who knows? It's drowning out, like you said, blurring the lines. Drowning out what's really real, blurring the lines to the point you can't really tell, and is there something more going on? It's especially with the other story too, with the helicopter and the plane crashing and just running into each other. I mean, when have you ever seen or heard that? I mean, it's like skilled pilots and helicopters and planes that shouldn't be anywhere near each other, shouldn't be anywhere close to each other. Somehow just end up just crashing together. So it's like, and of course, being in Washington D.C., so you have uh, the mockery all over. Philadelphia, the plane crash, so much, and then you have the Eagle in both these. So you have um, the Eagle and the Blackhawks. You have the bird. It's a massive symbolism ritual, and you have to wonder. This was the first week. Now we're going to go through. Still got a week to the Super Bowl. What more are they going to add to all of this? We could see multiple stories lining up this week again with more tributes, just to just put it all together more. It's kind of like Chase Elliott tonight with the win, and it's just they're just going to keep adding fuel to the fire.
If you guys want to check this out, I mean, here, I guess I can. Gosh, all the little things that videos do. I mean, I can only assume my crappy phone could take a better, but also, who is the guy filming? Why is he filming?
And how can a plane fly that slow and stay in the air? I mean,
Just look at these losers. The tariffs. Let's talk about the tariffs. I mean, that's actually, good on you, CNN. Thanks for bringing it up. But these are all on the backs of these tariffs. You have, the story about the United States Mexico flight crashing in Philadelphia, and of course, the day after, you have Trump officially signing the uh, tariffs on Mexico and
yep.
Canada and China, and now we're going to face the backlash. And you're getting no real reporting on the files that he's apparently released with JFK, MLK, RFK, the KKK stories. You know what I mean? RFK, JFK, MLK. It's just, anyway, that's the way I perceive it. It's just there's no coincidence with that. 3-letter and whatever they are called, all ending with K. Interesting.
Yep.
But at the same time, you have his son in office as the health secretary, and it's just so strange. And you have, what's weird, like I've mentioned multiple times, having a fresh YouTube, because we on this channel, I don't like watch YouTube videos on this channel really. I have a few times to like people in the community and Zach's videos, but that's about it. It's pretty much fresh. It's like subscribed to only, a few people in our community and everything like that. So it has like a fresh algorithm, if you will. And the things it pushes on there is insane. It's either like porn. I'm not joking. I am not
Yeah.
kidding you. I have seen porn on the front page. It's offered me like porn on the same thing. It's offered me like a Destiny video or like a video game video, and then like look at this is what like a wildlife video. They love putting these wildlife videos get 40 million views. Look at what a lion did. That's all they got to say, and it's 40 million views. Thinking maybe we should start doing that. Just like catfish every video. Just you won't believe what happened when, and just have me be like, but not that we're not chasing views though, like that. But anyway, what was I speaking on? Anyway, yeah, the fresh algorithm. I don't remember where I was going with that exactly.
Yeah, all the porn on the front page.
Yeah, but oh, that's right. One of those videos was, RFK's reaction to finding out that Trump was going to release his uncle's and his daddy's files, and he's just like, I didn't watch the video, but he's like, looks all happy and stuff. And damn, I was doing a killer one earlier this week. I was practicing my RFK. I gotta take it back to the shop. I'll bring it back maybe next episode. I'll really work on it because I can get pretty good at I've gotten pretty good in my day at doing some pretty good voices. For a while
You were crushing the Elon Musk there on the back of the U-Haul truck there, the Musk and the Cybertruck.
Oh,
My brain
man.
chip, man. I don't have enough brain chips.
Oh man. But yeah, I mean, so to surmise these stories, because I really don't think we're gonna go on forever about these things. I do think that it would be nice to maybe have a succinct video on this, but as it stands, we're doing the podcast right now, and we're still in process of figuring out how to expand what we do on this channel, um, as far as videos go and everything. And there will be more. There will be more to be done and to do. You got to give us a little bit of slack. I know you're in a heading into a transition period, and I'm slap dab in the middle of one. Just moved. I'm in the new house with shoddy internet and a lot to do all of the sudden, a lot to do on a lot of land that I used to have a little small backyard, and now I have, a lot of backyard.
Oh yeah.
And so, there's a lot of things to deal with, but you know, we didn't put any timeline on this channel, and the pace that we're taking is really our own pace, and we hope you guys, can power walk with us. We're not sprinting right now. We're just going to power walk, and I've been dipping into video editing and trying to figure out some of that those angles to be able to provide more throughout the week, and or getting the hang of it so that we could potentially put out snippets or highlights of our podcasts, weekly podcasts and stuff like that. So we got things that are on the burner, that's just we haven't turned the stove on yet. So bear with us, with the podcast, and if you want to have an impact in any way moving forward, suggestions always are helpful when it comes to anything I've said just listed, or anything new that you have ideas for us to do. I've talked over doing some skits eventually, but that takes a little bit of an entry level amount of stuff. I know you could put out a really simple skit with just your phones. I'm completely aware of that, but I really would like to do at least the semi base level better than that, just because it's so attainable, whereas where we get like a lapel mic or two and have like a filming like camcorder type camera. And then we could also use the phones that that works at that point, but I would really like to not rely on the phone for video transfer and all that type of stuff, although it is possible. um and yeah, stuff like that. But I think, skits would be great, and it would also be a potential for getting other people involved around the community. It'd be hilarious to someday, have a meetup, or like maybe even like quarterly throughout the year, have a truth seeker powwow type thing, where not to become a cult, but to reinforce and put people's faces and I mean, a lot of these people, the people I'm talking about, I've already seen their face technically, but put their personality to their body, if you will, or their voice, and really, meet them. And because, like I've said multiple times, when I got to hang out with you in Portland, it's just something that, with people, it's immediate. There were so many, I say so many, there were so many, a good amount of people around it at any given moment when we were down there, and the energy that the average person was giving off was so different than me and yours energies toward the cause that we were working towards. And we were able to just instantly see, well, it's just, you check off so many boxes about what it takes to be somebody who's quote unquote awake, or like a good human being, that it's on a mission, that's on a similar mission to my own. You can just spot that when you're out and about doing something with a specific vigor that comes out um, when you have similar missions. And this might be a crazy way of putting it, but basically, I sense your energy without being too, on point with the wordings of the kids nowadays. That we were vibing. I caught
Yeah.
your vibe, and I was just able to see that. I was like, okay, this is like a real person, and this is, I think we clicked pretty easily just in realizing that about each other, and that can happen, with a bigger group of people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely an in-person type of person. I always feel the same way. I mean, just being, seeing someone, being in their aura, just being around someone, just like look at the, we're posting the pictures of us, uh, going crazy by the fire, burning it down. I mean, I've never burned so much firewood my whole life. Just never went on such a rampage. We were just crushing it, and then uh, we crushed the move, and uh, we just knocked it out. It's just that's just basic things that uh, just people should have or want to have in their life, just coming together. Because obviously, we just met up the month before too. Um, there at the end of um, December, there I came down your way and stuff, and then we hung out for the day, and then um, we went hiking a little bit and stuff, and showed me the buttes of Portland and stuff. So it's just that's just little things. It's about little things in life, appreciating just appreciate. That's just a lost art too. Just meeting people and being face to face with people, just doing fun things. Just because so many people now today are they're sheltered, they're hiding away, they don't really want to get to know you or do anything. Like it's just that's where such a lost art that we have today, unfortunately.
Yeah, and unfortunate indeed. Uh, I almost want to say it's weird because I have like years of like my timeline of my life, and like I look at the '90s as like an era. I mean, I guess not just but you could look at the '90s as like a specific era. And I was talking to my sister about this actually, and it's weird how perceptions are so much different when people are on different wavelengths. How she can see, and granted, she's a couple years older than me, so not that out of range. We see things mostly the same through the same viewpoint because we're pretty similar aged. And but yeah, I just saw the '90s as such a better time. Not saying it was perfect, obviously, but there were certainly not all these obstacles in place. It's like you had to memorize people's phone numbers. It's
Yeah,
You look at that as an inconvenience nowadays, but when the grid goes down, and there's what's the point? Nobody's gonna. Anyway, it's you see it too. It's like, what would it take for an average person nowadays to remember 7 or 10 numbers in a row? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
and you had to commit things to memory. You basically had to train your brain even for simple tasks back in the day. Um, you had to print out maps. There was no maps on your phone. You printed out a map and you trusted the left, right directions of your map. And, or either that, you either printed it out or wrote it down. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um, so, and this was just in the '90s. The '90s might seem like a crazy, like a fever dream to like that never happened, probably to an average, you know, 10, 13, 14-year-old nowadays. But it very much so happened. It was great and weird in its own ways, but the people aspect is what I'm really speaking about. It's those little things that force people to be around each other more because there was less convenience. There was no Uber Eats, so
yeah,
even something as simple as Papa Murphy's, there was a line at Papa Murphy's, and you were sitting there. You either got the bench seat, or you had to sit there and wait for your pizza, or you know, this can extend out to any form of like getting food or anything like that, shopping in any way. But it was just so much more personal. Um, and that's not to say everyone wanted to have personal ways of doing things. I saw the flaw in the personal ways too. That's not to say there's not flaws in it, but at the end of the day, we should be bumping into each other, flaws and all, good things and all. We should be seeing them. We shouldn't be sheltered from all bad. And this isn't so much of a parental view of mine. A parental view of mine is very different. It's a much more shelter first, have control. Oh, I know this might sound bad to some hippie parents nowadays. Control, but have a semblance of control over situations before I let my child loose in it. But as far as like just people who are out and about on a daily, things have become such impersonal, and really it didn't take the pandemic, but it's, it sure sped up the process. I think people would have. I think the timeline was headed there anyway with the early
Oh yeah.
2000s. Um, you could talk about 9/11 too, but that really wasn't 9/11 wasn't so much a changer in that way. It started that was more, in my opinion, I think of 9/11 as like a system changer, not a people
Yep.
changer, a system changer. The
Yep.
system changer is now what's keeping the people changing policies in now they're meshing together. So you take the system changing policies, you get those started in 2001, well, earlier than that, but they all get signed in on 2000, after 2001 because of a massive thing that all the people agree about. And yeah, of course there was fear and all that stuff, and that is people changing. But let's stick with American ideas of Americans, even though I don't like the idea of nationalism too much or anything like that, or really tribalism at all. But just the average day to day things you would have to do. Like I was just saying, it's a simple concept. You had to talk to people, you had to deal with people. Now you don't. And you have these systems in place that allow you not to. And it almost comes across as like you shouldn't want to. And there's a lot of good reason why you shouldn't. So what I was trying to just mention before, that's kind of just meshed in my head a little bit, but it's almost like we have strict parents, like really strict parents that are also rich and have like bodyguards that do the raising of us for them, and they'll dole out the laws and the rules and the punishments, but they're not nurturing at all. And the only escape we have from dealing with that is to shut in and pay our bills online and you know what I mean, like shut down from like the personal side of things because I don't want to deal with the authorities at the bank or the authorities at the job or the authorities here or the authorities there because of this overarching overruling power structure we have where even the IRS have guns. Like I said,
Yeah.
fuck flying cars, we got IRS with guns. That's the timeline we're in IRS with
Yeah.
guns timeline. All right, so you had your teachers back in school. Will we have flying cars, Mrs. Emerson? No, honey. In fact, we're gonna have IRS with guns. When you're my age, you're gonna have IRS with guns. What are you talking about? You'll see, honey.
You'll get a Tesla, and you're gonna love it. Trust me.
Yep.
You'll
Can
have
it
Elon Musk's
fly?
face right on there with the Cybertruck. Friendships, man.
Drive to 7-Eleven. Like what a
Watch me pull a
stupid world
trailer
we
up this
live in.
hill, bro.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. But yeah. Um, so I feel like this could kick off into just we're like I said, we're planning on talking about relationships this episode, and this just has to do with your fellow man, relationship with your fellow man, or relationship with man. And I'm saying man, not as in a guy, but you know, everybody else. Not necessarily, a personal relationship like dating or whatever, but just the relationships we have. Let's start with the largest subsect of relationships, if you will, and then we'll go into the nitty gritty or details of you know personal relationships and stuff like that. But we talk about this here and there, and we it's hard not to talk about it almost every episode. But give your take on relationships nowadays in this modern world we're living in.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing about today. It's compared to, and it's interesting too because it's like I said in the last episode too. Like when I look at Zach, when I look at you, when I look at me, you look at born in '83, born in 1990, born in '95. Um, that's what I see when I look at the transfer between all of us, how we just kind of have came into the world at these different times, and we've kind of shifted these points, and me coming in the world and when you came in the world and when Zach and growing up, and how I see a huge uh, changes in society in that time from when we were born, and especially people that are even older, compared to people that are my age and even younger. Uh, and really for me, I know you point this out too a lot of times, is I was born at such a very interesting critical moment, um, especially in April '95, right before the internet came out there in August of '95.
Mm.
Uh, and that was such a weird time because you kind of look at that time, it's like, and how things felt back in the '90s and early 2000s. Everything was so just different. I mean, uh, things just, I think, like I always say, like one of the big things that always stands out to me is just like the quality of everything, and just how people were like, uh, I don't know, just it just seemed like people had a harmony and people wanted to um, just really put in the work or have a good time. It seemed like people were smarter. They just and it's like the older I got and just living through the changes, you could just see how. I mean, like you said, like 9/11 was a thing, like Kurt Cobain was a thing, COVID was a thing, and but there were just shift points. I mean, from like the '90s and you go to the early 2000s, it's like, and everything after like 2002, I could just like I see this great like falling away, and I noticed it with people too. Like I just noticed like the way things were happening. It's just like things were like obviously going like the wrong way, and I'd like call it out. I'd be like, I don't like like where things are going. Like I'd rather be like in like the 1800s. Like and I always tell people, it's like, or I always would say to people, it's like, yeah, I'd rather be in the live back in like the 1800s, or um those times. Be like, well, why'd you want to live back then? It's like people, it's like they'd be like, oh, it was so hard back then. I'm just like, because I don't want to like live with all this, you know, technology taking over and robots and all this crap. I'd say like 20 years ago or like 25 years ago, and I look at it today, and it's like just like we were saying, like stories of flying cars. I'd be watching cartoons as a kid. There'd be flying cars. You'd be watching TV or movies, or just talk to people. It's like, oh yeah, flying cars, man. It's like, well, here we are now, and then just look at it. It's like, and the biggest thing I've seen too, um, like I've said too, I've even said too, like I myself have kind of had somewhat of a falling away just with people too, because just like I don't know, like when I was younger, it was like it was just you're young. It's like you're excited for the world. You're excited to grow up, and you have all this energy, and you just want to like. But then I just see like the timing, everything. Like I always feel like I was born in like the wrong generation. I was born in like the wrong time. Like I'm like, man, why can't I just stay back in the '90s or early 2000s? Why can't it be like 2002 forever, man, or something? Like just like I want to be back in these days. I could just see this like decline, but so much of it too, like it was the takeover was like in so many different areas. Like I was saying, you had the era of like that transition. It was like 2000, 2001, 2002. And after that, you could just see the division. It was 9/11 too was a big part of it. Dividing people, the division of people, just like separating people up. Uh, but there's also so many other things they used. I mean, everything is so multifaceted, because you got to look at like the PlayStation 1 came out in '95 too when I was born. So, you had the PlayStation 1, and PlayStation 2 came out in like 2000. The PS2 came out in like the end of 2006. The PS3 came out. PS4 came out in like 2013 or whatever. So you have, and now we're on the PS5. So you have, all this technology, but it's like, well, what's it? Like there's the PS1 and there's the PS2, but it's like, to me, the PS2 is the best console and games of them all was on the PS2, and then you have like the PS3 and the PS4, which is like better and a better controller and a little bit better here. PS5 a little better here, but it's like basically the same thing. It's like your smartphone, your iPhone. You know how they just, all of a sudden now, like if you look at the first 10 years of my life, okay, there's, you didn't really have any cell phones really. Like the first, like, 90s were just starting, people just getting them. Some people had them, but it was more basically like, cordless phones talk people. Then like, 2000 to like 2002, some people are starting to kind of get the cell phone. After that, it starts to get kind of pushed, like 2003, 4, 5. Next thing you know, like 2005, 6, 7, everyone, the phones are changing, the iPhone coming out, smartphone, and you see how that took over and changed people's lives too, because it's like, um, even for me, yeah, like I said, earlier, too, in the stream, like the ACN, when I got into that, that was the first time I even had a phone that had internet.
Mm.
That I had a phone with internet was, that's when I got it, was September of 2014. I mean, and that's not that long ago when you think about it. It's like, before that, I had a little, like, I got my first, like, little, like, I had like little crappy like flip phones back, or like phones from like maybe like the 90s, early 2000s, back in like 20, like 10, 20, in like 2011. I got like a little garbage phone, but it sucked. It was a piece of garbage. And then, yeah, I got that little iPhone there in 2014. And 2016, I got a smartphone. But um, yeah, the internet has played out massively, majorly, especially uh, like social media, dating sites. We'll talk about that tonight quite a bit. Things like that. Um, it's like, yeah, my life. It's like, because it's weird, because I'm at this, hitting the milestone of 30 in a couple months, 31st year. So I just feel like I just came in the world right as everything was changing and shifting away, and just I've just seen this falling away my whole life, and just I see it with most people, especially people who were, kind of my age. It seems like people born in the 80s, for the most part, kind of somewhat still did all right. But it's like the people born in the 90s or after that seem like they really got the short end of the stick in society, and they're the ones that are really struggling. Um, for the most part, most of them ain't doing too good. Um, and then you just see how, like, everything has changed. Since I was a kid, it's just, the way the things you thought about, like, what I was thinking about when I was like, 7, 8, 9, 10, where I was thinking my life was, it's, and then what life turns out to be and how people turn out to be. It's like, um, and it bargs the question, was people always, necessarily this bad or this shitty, or was like, did this just happen? And then you just watch, um, things like COVID come and go. And then you have this, people just, now it's just, they just live in the realm of COVID. So now you have this, the BC time before COVID. Now you're living in the AC, the after COVID. So you have another massive division on fronts. This one, really shutting a lot of people away. And it's like, um, I feel like for someone my age, I've had to live through massive changes. Because I mean, it's like I go back and I look at like look at my preschool pictures, look at my elementary pictures from like 1999, 2000, 2001, 2002. The way kids look, the way they dress. I mean, look at a kid now. Look at the clothes they're wearing. I mean, it looks like you're looking at pictures that were 100 years ago. It looks like you're looking at pictures that were prehistoric. I mean, it's like I came over on the Mayflower. I mean, look at that shit. I mean, it's out of this world. Then you just look at what it's become. It's just like, wow. I mean, I just feel like I personally, I know you feel the same way too. You're a little bit older, but we just came in the world. We were born at a very strange kind of time where we were born on this cusp, this change, and now all these years later, we're having to pay for all these things going away and getting bad, and um, all the things that we thought when we were kids, or what should have been or what could have been. Well, now we have the repercussions. It's like, um, just look at how, like, I bring up like Stanley Meyer, the waterless dune buggy, that was in the 90s. That was, he had that going when I was born, and then before I even turned 3 years old, there he is already gone. So, and there goes dune buggy. So it's like there is, what could have been with that. It's just like, um, I don't know. In some ways, it's like, I feel like I cut humanity and people like maybe too much slack or something in some ways too. Cause it's like, I just thought people were going to like be better and turn out better. But it's like, I don't know. It's crazy. It's just, it's amazing how we've kind of came through these times and became who we were, and to be where we are right now. Um, Especially from like, our positions of, like for my position, being young and seeing a lot of this stuff, calling it out when I was young, and saying these things, failing preschool and throwing my things in the garbage, not wanting to be there, and, um, setting me up to be, who I am today. And I just feel like people as a whole have like, I think they've just been beaten down and learned to accept things. But I don't know. It's like you kind of have some people that seem like they're fighting against that right now, and they're trying to, make things better, make their life better. But I mean, it's just things have just changed on such a level. I mean, I remember being a kid, and it's like, oh my god, I'm stressing out. I'm worrying because I'm worrying about, oh my god, am I going to be able to write out a check and do it right, or am I going to fuck it up? And now no one even does that anymore. I mean, I was doing cursive and writing cursive. I can't even remember how to make that shit no more. I was doing that when I was what, 8, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. I knew how to do cursive. I was writing cursive. I can't remember that shit no more. I haven't done that shit in 20 fucking years. I mean, I barely write my name in cursive. It's like I forget all that shit. It's like
Every legal document as soon as you get out of school is print,
yeah.
please. Print, please. Print, please. Well, why the fuck did I learn cursive?
Yeah, I mean, I failed I don't know if I've ever told this story, but I failed my money test too when I was I think it was maybe like 2002, or it might have been like late 2002 or early 2003 or some shit. Um, I can't remember. I remember taking my money test, but I failed it because I used the $2 bill, because it used to be so common. You used to see the $2 bill all the time, and I just thought, I'm like, well, fuck, I'm just gonna use that. Or like, and I remember we had a substitute ever. I think it was like Miss Nyquist or whatever. Then I don't know, can't remember what her name was, but so like she like looks at me and she's like points over to her desk, and she has like all the shit circled, and she's like, "What are you doing here? What is all this?" I'm like, "How is this wrong? I don't understand." Like I'm just like using the $2 bill, just like, yeah, $2 bills are everywhere. Use them all the time. It's like, well, you can't use that on here. It's like, well, why? What's the point? But then I had to redo the test and shit. Then I mean, I aced it, but it was super easy, just counting money. But I wasn't allowed to use the two. And I look at now, it's people are still using the two. It's a lot more rare, but people are still using it. But
The rarity of the $2. We gotta look into that. We gotta look into what the hell that all is all about.
yeah, I
They
always
know what
thought,
they're doing with that crap. Why did they introduce a $2 bill just to like for it to just land in obscurity? So
right.
weird.
I mean, I used to see it all the time when I was a kid, and it's just like, and I've been using it on the money test. It's like, well, you can't use that. I'm like, why? I can use it in real life. I mean, I collect $2 bills. I got one in my car right now. It's nice. I get like a whole bunch of them. I've had customers hand me like 5 or 10 of them at a time of all these $2 bills. So it's crazy, but yeah, it's just, one of the things too that amazes me too. Like I've talked about the way people have dressed and the way people look now too. It's just completely changed. But just the shift. I mean, because I never thought, being a kid, the way I seen the world going, I mean, it was like, yeah, I'm not shocked that we're here at all, because I seen this coming. I mean, it was obvious. But the one thing, it's like, I didn't think like we were going to see all these like gay and transgender pushes and people doing all this stuff to themselves. Like, I didn't see this at the time. Like, I didn't see people going this route, because I'm like, well, why would they want to do that? Like, and why are the parents just going to allow all this? And how are the parents going to allow this? And then they're going to do this too. And it's just like, that didn't make sense to him. I didn't really see that, but it's like that's kind of surprised me somewhat. But I mean, it's just like it's just wild. I mean, I like I said, I always say too, if I was just any younger, I feel like I would have never made it in this world. I feel like if I was any younger, I just probably would have killed myself. It's like, God, I feel so bad for these younger people, because I mean they don't know at all what we know and we're talking about. Like, we just made that cut, we just made the cusp where we can remember, like I said, those kind of harmony somewhat days, and where things just feel like they had a balance, and there's things to look forward to, and things where people were, um I don't know, people just had life in them, and people were, you just felt like, magical, like anything could happen. It's just, I don't know, just it was just different to live back in that time. It's just, um even when I look back at like old pictures of me, when I was a kid, and just like the things to do and what I was doing, what I was thinking back then, just how things were. It's just, we've come such a long way in such a short amount of time. Especially for people like I said, me and you, who kind of just made the cut, I feel. But that's kind of how I feel about the timing of, um, us, and how humanity has just kind of gone away from relationships all around. And it's just, I just think it's just become that for so many reasons. Just what they've done and what they've beaten down society with the last 30 years. I mean, it's because it's been such a negative streak. It's like, look at what's happened since, Kurt Cobain dies, 9/11. I mean, it's all downhill. COVID. I mean, so I mean, I look at it in a way like it's a blessing in a way to have seen all this coming, but it's also kind of disappointing to see some of it. But I think it's just, you just have to look at yourself and just be happy that you've done what you needed to do to get this far. Because like, to be like I said, like a younger person right now. I mean, I don't. It's just so hard to even like talk to them, or because they're just so far that either they're gone, or they know that things are bad. But it's like, man, what can I do to like
Mhm.
help you? You're a kid. It's like, man, it's just like, and you got to go to school and deal with this now. And I can't imagine what school's like now. I've only been out, 11 years. I was supposed to be out in 2013. I got held back in preschool. I didn't get out till 2014. I can't imagine what it's like now. So I really feel bad for the younger people. I mean, if there's any younger people that watch this, let us know what school's like, and what it's like for you these days, dealing with, the absolute madness of the world and how things have changed.
Well, maybe I can have a segment where my son can speak on that, because he's currently going through it. Luckily, he's well, I say luckily, but he's not, so much in school, but he was not that long ago. And just being a satellite to that, being his parent while he's in school, it's hard to not, it's hard, first of all, especially being, I'd love to have him full-time homeschooled and not allow these agendas to be anywhere near him. Um, but because of my situation, that just, isn't working out at the moment. But as it stands, I've seen, first of all, just picking him up and dropping him off from school, and what he's told me about it, and going into a school the few times I have, and seeing all the agenda flags everywhere, and the propaganda on their websites, and how divisive. Inclusion is really divisive. It's really crazy how that works. It's so much of a trick that most people don't probably can't wrap their minds around it, because it seems like just such a inclusive thing. Everybody wants to be inclusive. Everybody wants to be. But what about the people who can see past the agenda? Where do they fit at in their inclusion? They don't fit. It's
Right.
and when you're not on board with all of the agendas being pushed, to be more candid, the LGBTQ agenda, just the straight up gay agenda too, and there's also the uh I mean, it's all other races, but basically blackwashing of media around everything. It's like, go on to school A, school B, school C, and for whatever reason, you'll see it, look at the commercials nowadays. It's just like, it's so obvious that the replacement um, skin tone has been chosen. And I am not saying that to say, no, keep white people, keep us in the commercials. I don't care in that way. I'm saying there is a clandestine group of people who do care and that use it against us. Now, if everybody were to see it just plainly and just be like, oh, it makes no sense to me, if everyone didn't react when Jake from State Farm got changed, you know what I mean? He goes from a like a 6'2" bulky, not bulky as in weightlifting bulky, but like a chunky white guy to a, 5'10" mulatto black guy, and they keep his name. Why keep his name? Why is it Jake from State Farm? Why isn't it just Chris from State Farm and just replacing Jake? Why there's an agenda to why they do these things, not to mention it's State Farm. So we could go further into that, but let's stay where we're at here. I have conversations, mainly the deepest conversations I get out of these types of topics are with my sister, because it's fun to have these because they're arguments, and it's not to say we're heated and we're mad at each other. Sometimes it's gotten that way a little bit, until we're both able to say, hey, I'm not mad at you. I'm not actually mad. We're both getting animated. We're both getting excited for what we're talking about, but I'm not mad at you. I want to hang out with you right now or tomorrow. I don't care about any, this isn't, it's good to talk these things out. And that is more of a personal, air to what we've been talking about. I mentioned how we're going to get more into the ideas of personal relationships and things like that. And, family is one of them, for better or worse. And, but with my sister, I'm able to talk to her, and, there's certain things that we're on opposite ends of a lot of the things that are in this realm in this space. But at the same time, she's either come around to what I've said on a lot of things, or, is has naturally in her own path walk, seen things that, I've also seen, and we're able to find common ground in a lot of things. It's just, it's a lot for the average person. And she, like I said, she's 2 years older than me. So these systems were, affecting her earlier and often, and more often. And they say blood's thicker than water, but with my family, the only thing I've ever seen that be true for is the excuse of it, not the excuse,
Right.
but but people using that, I'm blood, for like, to either excuse their relationship to me, or the rest of the family, or
It's like
you know
religion.
yes, very much so. And that's very blood related too. And but it's me personally, I think I've said this before, but you're my mom, you're my, it's hard to say this because it's not true now. And I would, fight to my last breath to make it not true. But my own kids, they're humans are humans. Once you realize that, it's obviously you then do your best to be a good human, to be a light for the humans around you, and hope that they pick up on that light and they want to share that light and make it even brighter, hopefully. But I'm also well aware that that's not everybody, that doesn't just work because I want it to work and I have a dream of it working. There's, the shortcomings I have, that's for sure. And I haven't been perfect, although I do have a message and a plan and something I do want to come to fruition, that doesn't mean I haven't yelled in the past month. That doesn't mean I haven't been, out of line saying something ever recently. I try my best to practice not so much what I preach, because I don't really preach that kind of stuff, but in my own mind, I have a goal to the person I want to be, and eliminating some of the mistakes that I realize are the exact same things that have put me where I'm at, and why I didn't wake up until I was, in my late 20s, when I could have been awake way earlier, and for, for an example is my my oldest kid, my son, um, who you met at, obviously, at the Portland meetup. I would label him as awake. He is hip to the programming, but big but there's a it's more powerful than you think. It's it really takes a concerted effort by the parent or the loved one or whoever to keep their minds moving, um not perpendicular, the opposite of perpendicular to yours. Keeping, without crossing ideas, and coming up, and before you know it, you catch a snag somewhere with an idea, and it doesn't take on your child, and you potentially leave them open to taking in an idea from the outside, and those things can happen quicker and easier than you realize until you're living in it. And that's my idea, that's my angle with my kiddos. But as far as, my family, who are all, of age and older, I'm not, like I was saying, blood is thicker than water. That doesn't really apply in my head. If there has to be some sort of, we got to be copacetic on how we're going to go about these things. Like I said, me and my sister don't get along on all on everything,
Yeah.
and agree on everything, but she's one of the best people I know of, period. And I don't want to lose one of the best people I know of, period. And I want to grow with that kind of person. I don't want to, put it all on the line, over a worldview, or, and I'm not so pushy that I want to make the people around me think the same way as me or see things the same way as me. But that doesn't mean that I won't be adamant about things that are factual. So when, when coronavirus rolled around, I ended up being right, going against the the news and all the talking heads and everything saying that we should be doing all of those things. I have been proven right over and over and over and over and over again. And yeah, I do wish that more people just took my telling them, and that being a good enough reason for them, to not go along with it. But that didn't even that's not how it played out. And I'm not going to push them into it. But anyway, long story short is the personal relationships, as far as families go, and with other, of a, peers, let's put it that way. I don't jive so much with the benefit of the doubt idea. I think we're all people. We're all have, you start dipping into things that don't mesh with where I'm trying to go and where I want, a community to eventually be. And not saying I have the right idea and everything right now, but if you're not on the wavelength of joining that idea building process, I really don't, it's not gonna be a fruitful relationship. We might talk every once in a while. We might hang out every once in a while, and that's kind of what's happened to almost all of my friends. Yeah, they're all willing to, like, talk to me, and I'm willing to talk to them, But these, even some of my best friends, they're all jabbed, they're all good luck. I mean, like I said, I think it's really, I found it startling how I can't be a contrarian to the mainstream. But if I were to start talking about stuff I wanted to talk about, like the contrary viewpoints, they would be instantly contrary to what I'm saying, and they would be, thrown off. They couldn't just say, "Oh, that's a cool point of view." No one would say, "Oh, hey, that's a cool point of view." They could disagree, but no one would say that. They would all give me hell for it. They would all give me crap for it, and they would, "Oh, are you kidding me? You know, are you kidding me? Sports are definitely real. How are they going to get all these people? How are they, the same old crap?" Or, how are they going to get all these people to go along with the school shooting? How are they going to get all these people to go along with the jab? How are they going to get all these people to go? It's like, well, saying exactly what you're saying. That's how they got everybody to go along with it.
Yeah.
Everybody said that exact thing. And what do you know? That equals everybody going along with it. So, and I don't think that that's a fair way of conducting relationships, is that one person has to hide themselves basically, and the other person just gets to like let it all out and just be, and I have to smile and pretend in order to maintain a relationship. I can see the writing on the wall in those relationships a mile away. And this is quite a lot of the friends that I've had in my life. And like I said, it's not like I wouldn't pick up the phone if they called it or nothing like that. It's I respect them as, as people, and I knew them and they were good friends to me and everything like that. But like I said, as far as joining the idea of community moving forward, they've shown nothing of the sort in that, and I don't need that as my I don't need to put so much time into what ends up being a frivolous endeavor, if that makes sense. So I don't think blood's thicker than water in the way people say it, and I don't give benefit of the doubt just unearned. I don't give unearned benefit of the doubt. There we go. That's a good way to say it.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right, and I that's my saying too. It's like, um, it's like anyone can be a parent. Anybody can be a parent. Anyone can have a kid. Anybody, but at the same time, not that I know of that I asked to be here. Not that I know of you asked to be here. Not that none of us asked that we know of to be here. Um, unless we did, and I don't know about it. But um, whatever the case is, it's like for people to and the way you went about it is perfect, because it's like that's the way I am too. It's like when you're younger too. I mean, like things were so different. I mean, it's like I always say, like I could see someone getting into like wrestling or NASCAR or football or something, back in like the early 2000s or the 90s or something. But it's like to still be behind this stuff and still pushing it and still be looking, and still voting and stuff today. It's like, and then to have, and it's the other big thing is too, they've driven everyone down the lines of division with everything, um, in so many ways. It's like, it's like I was saying, when I was in school, compared to, your kid who's like half my age, um, what he has to deal with, uh, I wouldn't even know where to begin. And it's just that's just where it's at. I mean, it comes down to people, just kind of letting too much things slide. It's like, um, because that's the way I kind of conduct myself too. In the same way, it's like people that, um, it's like I said, I never really got along with my family. Never really had much relationship with them. So it's like, um, to me, it's like just certain things. We don't pick where we're born and who's our parents. And um, it's like people that are born in the wrong place. They got to get out of there. They're born with the wrong parents. They got to get out of there. The people that it's like and it's like certain things you can spot, when you were young. It's like I always spotted these things when I was young and just knew these things and just knew the basics of what I had to do and how I need to handle people. It's like, um, and then certain people, they get worse over time too. I mean, toxic, being around certain people, it just it gets worse and worse. And um, it's just I'm someone who I'm just someone who doesn't really respond well to like stress. Like the way I live my life, uh it's kind of geared to not really like deal with, the bullshit. Like someone's just gonna come into your life and just try and just tear you down. Maybe maybe it's mental illness, or maybe it's because that's a big thing that's destroyed families and lives too. Mental illness, and then the mental illness runs in the family, and then
Mhm.
parents are fucked up, and the kids fucked up, or the parents are fucked up, but the kid somehow might have an opportunity to, still do the best job they can, and realize that there is a problem. Because a lot of people don't realize they're mentally ill, they're fucked up, they have major issues, and then, like I said, they're just going to go out and they're going to, have kids and fuck up their lives. And um, this is something that is a huge problem today, and people just have to be, just honest with themselves, and not think, just look at themselves, and really just take the time to realize and see what's right for them. I mean, so many people that they're, like I said, most people today aren't doing well. Most relationships are total shit. I mean, most marriages are shit. Most kids coming up now are shit because of it. And these are things that have to be fixed. I mean, we can't have a fruitful society when you have all this toxic, garbage around, and all these people that just don't make, I guess, they just make bad decisions, don't make good decisions, or they're just, it's like I always say, these people are going to get us killed. It's just an unfortunate situation that I see today. And it's like, and the problem is, you have so many people that, like I said, are I mean, how many people do you know are on antidepressants? How many people do you know are on some kind of medication? They're on some kind of pills. They have these issues, or um, unfortunately, it's like, in some of these people, it's like the way, people come up, and it's like, say you're a kid, and you're, maybe you have just issues, or maybe it's your parents or your life or something. But then the issue is, you coming up in the school. It's like, well, you got too much ADHD, or you're too wound up all the time. You got too much energy, or you're too angry. You got anger problems or something, or you just, you want to fight or something. So it's like, okay, well, just like, what should happen is people should step in and like work with the kid. Oh, you want to do some fighting classes, you want to take some martial arts, you want to go into wrestling, you want to go into football, you want to do this, you want to do that, aim that in other areas, take what someone's showing you, and possibly let them just run with it, and see what, oh, we're going to get this person on, you know Ritalin because they're all wound up, or, oh, this person has anxiety or depression, or this person has this, or that person has this. And this is the problem. And they get all these people on pills, or alcohol, or drugs, or whatever, and it just totally destroys people. And like I said, my family, it's, a lot of mental illness and alcohol and issues like that, and people that just, and certain people just don't they're never going to change. I mean, certain people are, they're just never going to get it, and that's the thing. Certain people, they have potential, they have chances to fix things, and figure things out and improve. But some people just aren't going to do it. Some people, they'll just get worse and worse and worse. So you have to kind of look at it too, like, how to manage the situation. um, and some people, you just, like, like I said, some people that you can talk to them here and there. Some people just aren't worth talking to at all. Some people are just, and I think that's a huge thing. You have to really, look at who's in your life, and who's around you, and how, do the people around you, are you appreciated? Do they appreciate you? do people actually are they working with you, or are they working against you? Um, and this goes for anyone in any situation, in any kind of relationship. I mean, because this is how you have to look at it. There's so much toxic energy in the internet. There's so much narcissism. There's so many bad people that are um, just destroying other people and bringing them down, and it's just causing a ripple effect in society. I mean, all you got to do is just look around and just look at people and to see how many miserable people there are. There's way too many, and for so many different reasons. And like I was saying, we didn't get to where we are overnight. I mean, we didn't get here overnight. This has been ongoing things that I've seen my whole life, um, and my life growing up, it's like I see that what I've had to go through, how many people have had to go through that, and other things like it, because uh, people, the destruction of the relationships coming from every angle. I mean, you got people that are taking out their issues because of 9/11 and terrorism and what happened then, and then they're gonna get drunk about it. They're gonna take it out on their kids. They're gonna take it out on their wife or whatever. They're gonna take these problems out. I mean, how many people are mad or because the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl again? So you got people sad or depressed about that, and that's gonna or, that's gonna go into their relationships. It's gonna whatever they're gonna, if they have a relationship with a woman, or it's a woman with a guy, or their kids or whatever, that's gonna it's gonna bring all them down. So it's like you see where the angles of the attacks are coming from, how they're doing it. um and I think that most people just have to find ways to just be more just one with themselves, unite with themselves, and focus on themselves. And like I've said, appreciation, reliability, uh, people that can be consistent. I mean, that's what it really takes in this life. I mean, it's you can't say, "Oh, you have a kid," and it's like, yeah, you threw your yeah, it's like you taught your kids some wrestling moves once a year. You threw him a football pass when he was 10. You threw the ball at them for 30 minutes. It's like, okay, great job. You did a great job being a parent. It's like, oh, that's your no. You got to actually work with it. You have to work with your kid. You have to be there for your kid. It's like having a pet. I mean, you have to be there for your pet. You can't just have a pet and just you have to work with it. You have to connect with it. You have to have the love and affection. Otherwise, you're going to have a mean cat or a mean dog, and then that dog or that cat's going to attack other people or cats or dogs, and it's just going to be a mean animal because you're not treating it right, or you're disowning it. Or it's the same thing with kids. I mean, that's how you have the society you have today too. I mean, it's like we say all the time, look how these girls are nowadays and people are nowadays. Um and this is a result of everything I'm talking about. It's just people too many people are just they're addicted to the toxic narcissism of the world. They don't want to free themselves from it. They thrive in it, and it unfortunately it consumes them, and it goes into other areas of other people's lives too. I mean, it's just there's just so many mental just wrecks just walking around. It's just unbelievable. And like I've said, I mean, you have one. It's like if you have just a smaller group of people, you get one bad apple in there. You get one. It's just going to destroy everything going on in there, and that's what you have today. You just unfortunately there's more shitty people than good people, but it's been uh, unfortunately through what we've had to go through in our lives. I mean, how many people were depressed when Cobain killed himself 30 years ago? That tore people down when 9/11 happened, tore people down when COVID happened. It's just, uh, it tore people down when, you know, Taylor Swift and Mahomes made it to the Super Bowl again. It's just, people just, what they're caught up in, what they let get a hold of them, and how it affects
Mm.
their life and their family's life and their kids' life. This is the thing people don't talk about, people don't think about, is how to keep what really matters. I mean, and it's like I said, I mean, I never had anybody in my corner showing me, telling me what to do in life. Like I wish the things I was
Mm.
doing now, I wish I was doing when I was 5, 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Wish I knew these things. I did. Unfortunately, there wasn't, a YouTube then. There wasn't all the things you have now to learn all this stuff, and I didn't know it. No one was going to teach it to me. No one was going to sit there and go, "Hey, this is what the Illuminati is. This is the New World Order." And in 2020, there's going to be COVID, and no one was telling me all this stuff. I had to figure all this out. I had to learn it on my own. So that's the thing. I mean, we're living in a time where if you are younger, you can this advice for younger people, take advantage of some things like technology. I mean, technology is a double-edged sword. I mean, you can use it for the better, especially for younger people. I mean, if only I had this knowledge now was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, knowing all this, learning all this. I mean, where could I be today right now? I'd be way ahead. So there are things you can take, there are things you can gain from it's not all bad or negative. It's just how you it's how you put it together.
Absolutely. Yeah. The way it's being utilized now and the way it's being pushed to be utilized is definitely, if you can overcome the propaganda of technology, then yes, of course. Yeah, you can kind of thrive in that. And I almost want to foster those ideas in my son, that it's not about being better than your peers. That will happen naturally, and it won't be because you're actively trying to be better than them, because you shouldn't function on that. Your goal should be to make your own path better or whatever. And I'm not to say that the path is easier. That's sometimes is a curse as well. The easiest, the path of least resistance is sometimes, the least fruitful. Um, is oftentimes the least fruitful, I should say. And so, in his relationships that he'll have, as a young man growing up, I try to steer him certain ways, but not, with his hand still on the wheel. I'm just, there to, correct him every once in a while. I don't want to be driving and then one day say, okay, here's the car. You saw how I did it. Now you do it. No, I want him to, practice on his own, but, with me there. I'm not going to allow a major mistake, but I'll allow the mistakes so that he can learn from them and he can work on those things. But I'm not going to be so distant that I, allow the train to go off the tracks, so to speak. And with that, we can kind of talk about the most personal of all the relationships we talked about. The idea of when a man and a woman love each other very much. No, but uh, I'll start with since we're kind of moving this in a tiered progression quite nicely, actually. I'll talk, and I'm already on the topic of my son. I talked to him about these types of things. I'm not saying the it's not like I wish these things will never happen for him or to him, and he's a product. He is literally a product of me at a young age succumbing to what I am preaching, right now. So I'm very self-aware, and I'll preface it with this without, because this is more metaphysical, not really metaphysical, but more of a brainy, a different type of topic. Let's put it that way. But through having children, it has unlocked. If you are aware and awake, um, it changes it obviously, it flips the dynamic of what you thought you were supposed to be doing on this earth, or whatever this is, on this glob. It also makes you realize that the mistakes you made were for a reason, and not this isn't me calling my kids a mistake. I'm saying the mistakes that led to me having kids at a young age. And it's such a weird dichotomy to where I have the brain in my head is the same brain that was in the system thinking competing, working towards getting female, get female, make female like me, do other things, make money, do this, go to bed, maybe drink that, go there. That's the same brain that I'm just all like, okay, well, that's never, that brain, that's it's such a weird when you compartmentalize it like that, it's almost like you changed your CPU. It's like, but you keep the memory stick plugged in. It's like you're never going to use that drive again on the computer, but it's still plugged in. It's still there. It's part of you, but it's like the way the computer was going on that, functioning on that hard drive with, or on that memory, it was, no, not good. But now, since I've obviously woken up and things of that nature, this is how it works. And it's all that like media you take in as a kid where it's just all like, this is how it works. The parents make mistakes, and the onus is on the parent to realize their mistakes and find a palatable way to teach their kids how to avoid them the best way possible. You hear so often about, you know, parents that spoil their children or keep them, or give them a silver spoon, these things that kind of take the parenting aspect away, and more of like they had the best. They had the best the system had to offer. They didn't have the best a parent had to offer. They had the best the system had to offer, so I'm a good parent. And what do those kids end up being? Narcissists, egotistical, terrible people to be around. They miss out on the hey son, hey daughter, this is how things work. This is what I did. This is where I want you to to do better. And here I'll bring my sister back into it because, you know, I think deep down she would want children, but she's had issues with it, and I won't air all that out with it. But she also has this, not that she'd ever speak ill against my children. They're her she loves them, but she does have this idea that being a parent is really just like vicariously living through your kids. And I'm like, no, that's being a bad parent. There's two different, not everybody is vicariously living through their children. It might look like that nowadays, honestly. It might be hard to spot the not ones not doing that. And to an extent, it's not vicariously living. What you're doing is it's not like you're using them as an avatar. What you're doing is you're what's the best word for it? It's like you have like a hologram running next to them at the same time so that you can compare situations. So, like, there's really nothing new under the sun. A lot has changed in how things are done at school and the severity of the things that are done at school. But I get the game. I could be 16 again and go to high school. I would understand how to play the game instantly. Even though it might be different in certain ways, it's still the same game. And so in that way, I can teach Adrian about the things my son, about the things that I went through in high school and challenges and ways that I succeeded. And that's not for him to emulate exactly. That's for him to have an understanding of. That way, when he comes across them, he he won't be so taken unawares that he falls into a trap, whether that be the female trap, which I was kind of alluding to. Um, and I call it that. For women, it's the male trap. It's not like I'm sitting here saying, "Oh, it's only for guys. The women are trapping them." No, there's a game being played. There's a game being played in school, and you have to realize that from an early age, the meshing together of the community, boys and girls, from a very early age, is targeted at eventual what happens in high school. That's what it's there for. It is there. We're pushed together. There's no real, and without parents being involved because they're allowing the state to raise their kids, they're assuming that the state's teaching them everything they need to know. And that's a bad parenting technique. That's a very bad parent. That's not a technique at all. That's a lack of
Right.
technique. And because they're doing that, they don't realize that their kids are shells. They're shells. They're with no real knowledge. And all that that shell is full of is, unfortunately, the things we see hyper prevalent today. That doesn't mean they didn't exist when I went to high school. We are, it's to a lesser extent, but it's just to the extent of the era. That's all it is. It's not like, if cell phones were super prevalent when I was in high school, like super prevalent, we would have had all the same problems we have today. It's just the things of the time take over the music of the time was what, led most of the people at the time. The certain types of music everybody liked. What's in my school, a lot of them liked, man, what's that? I didn't, I can't even remember the song. I'm pretty good at music and memory and stuff like that, but I guess that's more with music I liked. But anyway, the same way early, so in the 2000s, you could say that, oh man, listen to the music. It's all about sex, drugs, and everything. It's just like, well, now, I mean, all you were doing was listening to a CD when I was in school of the sex and the drugs. Now you have a phone and you're watching the music video. So it's just tiers and levels to how the degeneracy, seeps in. But it's also what I wanted to talk about too is staying kind of on the idea of like high school is, just even dropping my kid off and picking him up. I see all the same things play out that I remember from my high school experience. You see the boyfriends and the girlfriends walking around, and you see how they're not going home and doing that right in front of their parents. It provides this strange place. Like if I were to go up to you and say, "Hey, you mind if I get all your kids and get them all together and take them down to a hotel so they can figure each other out?" You'd be like, "Oh my God, no, get away from my kids." But that's what school is. That's
Yeah.
what school is. That is what school is. Nobody is teaching them the right's wrong. All they tell you is that venereal diseases sting and you're going to have weird colored pee. That's about the extent of the talk, is what I'm trying to say. But also, if you do end up having a kid, here's a voucher. Here's 3 vouchers for an abortion nowadays. So it's very strange. The responsibility is being stripped away from them. They have no sense of responsibility taught to them. I'm not saying they shouldn't. And here's my other aspect of this. I understand their children and I understand that they are minds coming up, but I also understand that I was a child. And I also understand that I gave myself a sense of morals and responsibilities. Yes, I faltered on them, but I knew I was faltering on them. That I feel like a shell is a whole lot different than like a failing person is at least knows they're failing is different than like a shell who doesn't even realize they're failing. And that's what they've got now is they have these kids by the neck, by the scruff of their neck, and they're walking around not understanding that they are so far into this system, and not to mention it's so adult nowadays. It's just been made so they're made to be adults so much faster, not in the sense of responsibility of being an adult, just all the other things about being an adult. And there's always rebellion in your youth. You can assume that there's some sort of rebellion, but when it's fostered by the adults that are supposed to be responsible for you, that's where I kind of like that's where I am kind of framing my argument in is that these school systems, they are fostering this. It's one thing to be a hindrance to it And that's where the rebellion comes from, is from their own mind being made up about, I want to rebel against this because I want that. This isn't even that. This is, I'm going to go get that because it's easy to go get that. So I know this might seem arbitrary and weird. It's really hard comparing, two different generations. In some ways it's hard, in some ways it's easy. I know exactly what I'm talking about, but putting words to it is hard. And any parents out there who are dealing with this, please, hit us up in the comment. Make me feel like I'm not crazy if you can, or tell me how crazy I am. It doesn't matter to me. Let me know you're out there and tell me how you're dealing with this. But yeah, I mean, to try to evolve this more on the track I was starting on, the with girl and boy relationships and relationships in that way. As far as, it starts in high school, and I think I've mentioned this before. I don't think it takes, like, in my personal experience, and obviously a lot of other people's experiences, just understanding how programming works. No one had to be told bar culture. No one had to be taught bar culture. It's Isn't that crazy? It's like, you will
Yeah.
forget everything you learned the very week you're out of school, but you will not, without ever being taught, because you can't go into a bar until you're 21. As soon as you're 21, bar culture. It's just automatic. You go to the bar for the
Right.
first time and it takes no training. You know what you're supposed to do there, and you know what the end result is. It's actually wild. And that's what we're pushing our kids into, is just this train on a one-way track, and they have no avenues to, like, you were very similar to how you were talking about, like, putting all the kids on medications to stifle their perceived issue. You know what I mean? If they're hyperactive, this and that, putting these vague terms to common problem, not problems, but commonalities that all, growing people have, is, you put them in a fishbowl, they're going to want to get out of the fishbowl. That's it's not a crazy thought. It's not a crazy thought. You might get upset that your dog jumps out of the fence when he does, but put your you pretend to be that dog for a minute. You've seen the yard. You've seen it 80 times. You've seen it 100 and million times. You've pooped everywhere you can poop. There's a yard right on the other side. You can understand why they'd want to get out. Yeah, you have to stop them from getting out, but you can understand it. You know what I mean? And yeah, you made a very good point about prescription drugs just being so readily available for every little quirk in, in a child's process and growth. And that it really is sickening, because that has led to somewhat of a fear. I will say that it is a fear, because, and I'll only say it's a fear because I'm not the only proprietor of the choice on his healthcare. So because I'm not the only one making that decision, and I know that the other parent who makes a potential decision, could not see the risk in taking him in for simple this, there, antibiotics here. Oh, it's standard procedure. We don't even have to ask the parents to, boom, there's your COVID shot. Boom. In order for me to take care of you and to continue the free healthcare that you guys have through the state. Boom, there you go. There's another one. Come back every couple months, and good old Johnson and Johnson will hook you up. I keep getting sidetracked, but it really is a a complex issue. And I think you mentioned it last episode, and I was telling you, just stay steady, don't force it.
Yeah.
There's no on a more adult level. I was getting there. The bar culture, that was what I was heading into, is because it really is, we throwing these kids in the lion's den, and then what comes out is the same thing, almost, 9 times out of 10, or worse. Something worse comes out. There's really not a whole lot of opportunity for something better to come out of that. You're asking for a whole lot for a shell of a person to all of a sudden wake up by themselves, realize their mistakes by themselves, gain self-responsibility by themselves, not want to partake in whatever all their friends and all their people around them are doing by themselves, and be a voice for those people by themselves. That's just where the 0.00000% of that happening. It's so obvious that that's where the world we're living in nowadays. And, you know, it's not to call us special, but we are that 0.0000000% of people. And I don't feel special or that I did anything super special in order to be where I'm at and understand the things I understand. It just is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, you said it perfect. It is what it is. I mean, that's exactly how I look at it. And it's just amazing. I mean, and it's, the thing is too, it's like so many people just, the way they think about things, it's like I was saying, some people just, it's like people will have a kid to have the kids serve them, or think that, oh, because they have a business, that the kids just automatically going to want to grow up and take it over and carry it on. It's like, you can't think like that. Like, you have to let people be who they want to be, and be patient, and let people kind of show you who they are. I mean, some people, maybe the kid might want the business, then he doesn't, then he does, then he doesn't, and then he turns out he just does or doesn't at the end. It's just, they might change their mind 10 times. They might have to think about it. That might not be for them. I mean, um, everyone's different, and people just have kids and think that the kid's just there to serve them, and the kids just, it's like, no, it's like, you're bringing someone in the world. You got to put, you're going to be there for them. You got to put the work in, put the time in. You got to be there for them. You got to work with them and get to know them, and let them kind of guide you. That's, people just, I think a lot of people, like you said, people want to force things, um,
Hmm.
and that's just, that's a big thing too. It's like, um, some people, they'll force, um, anything really at this point, and some people want to force, and some people have different opinions on, like, um, sex and marriage and kids and dating and everything, and to each their own. I mean, everyone's different, and I don't judge whatever you're going to be. Whatever you want to do is fine to me, cool with me. Is as long as we just get along at the end of the day, and we don't interfere in each other's lives, and whatever. It's just like, and I think that so many people just, I look at relationships now, like dating and stuff, and it's not like, I mean, from like my experiences, because like I said, I mean, I've been with a lot of people, but it's like, um, the big thing nowadays, like I was saying, like social media, dating sites, stuff like that. And like we were saying, that the loss of like coming together and meeting a person in person. I mean, back in the day, like I was like 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, even until I was up to like 25, I'd meet people, on, dating sites or apps or stuff like that, and, and that's, in your, your teens and your 20s and stuff, you're going to want to, have your fun, do your thing. And, you want to learn, experience things. And it's like, for me personally, I mean, I've never had like a real like girlfriend relationship. I've had like a couple like open on and off toxic relationships, but they weren't really like real relationships. They were just kind of like, and they really weren't anything at all. That It's just, I've been with a lot of people. I mean, some people um, I kind of, I've always been kind of trying to have, a girlfriend relationship or whatever, but nothing's really ever worked out. I've met some people that probably could have been, or things could have happened, or, but, the timing of things, or maybe they were going to school or focusing on a career, they were moving away or something. I mean, or just, uh, the thing is today, um, where it's at is, it's at a weird point. I mean, because like for me personally, it's like, I always used to, look like forward to, like I said, like, especially when I was younger, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, like that's like when I was with like probably the most people in my life was around that time. Uh, Still quite a few people like when I was like 22, 23, 24, 25. But it's like, the thing is, it's like with relationships and people today and women and stuff, it's like, you can't, I know a lot of people, like my philosophy too when I was younger too was kind of more of like the more traditional way of what you would think, like, oh well, um, I'm gonna find this person or this so and so, and we're gonna come together, we're gonna work together, we're gonna build together, or you're gonna invest in this person, and you think that it's gonna go somewhere, it's gonna get somewhere, and I don't condone that. I mean, I actually agree with that 100% because I do believe that's the way things are supposed to be, and we're supposed to kind of do things, and at a young age. I mean, uh, and the younger the better, I think, a lot of things. But unfortunately, the way the world is designed and structured, and where we are today, and how things work, um, things like that just they don't work out, and they don't really go as planned anymore, and you can't really do that really. Um, and today, really, I mean. Uh, Dating as a whole, I think, if you're really looking to, like, for someone like me, it's like, um, I never seen myself like, even for me, it's like, at this point in my life, like being like 30, it's like hard to even see myself ever like in a real relationship, just the way things are nowadays. But, to even, ever have a chance to get married or have kids or whatever, um, the chances today that you're going to find someone and it's going to work are just so low. I mean, and it's not that there's people not out there that it can't work with, but the odds of you finding that person and that person staying consistent and that person actually working with you and being a team with you and cooperating with you and keeping that together, the chances all of that's going to play out are just so low and so small. Um, just because of the life and the way things are now, and how things have transitioned, how they've gotten harder. And it's like, and for me, it's like, if I were to give people advice, I mean, I regret all the things I've done. It's like, not really, because it's not like I really fucked up my life or destroyed my life or fucked up anyone else's life or destroyed my life. I mean, fuck, I could be, I've been with so many people I can't remember, but it's like, fuck, I could be, some were just, some people I tried to like kind of have, like I said, those relationships with. Some people were just, just kind of having fun with, or just people just, that were around the time, or just that popped up, or, we hooked up or whatever. But it's like, you know, if you, I mean, I could be a virgin, right? Like I said, I could be a virgin. I could have never been with anybody. So it's like, I mean, either way, I'd honestly be fine with it. To me, that especially where we are today, it's like, um, and it's like, and for people that are like looking for advice, it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm a pretty decent looking guy. I mean, I'm in pretty good shape, so I mean, yeah, I can go throw on some nice clothes and you know go pull some girls or go have some fun or whatever if I want. Yeah, obviously I can do that. Um, but I think the big thing today is, especially what I've learned, and maybe it's a good thing I've had my experiences, because maybe I would have fucked up later in life. Maybe when I was 25, or maybe now I'd be fucking up. Maybe I fucked up, a few years ago or a couple years ago or last year. It could be like that. It's like, um, I just learned that you can't, you really shouldn't take, in my opinion, I don't think you should really take most women seriously, especially today, the way they are. Um, and I know we were having this conversation too when I was with you on Wednesday too, just like women that you've talked to, but too, and just you noticed how just like fake people are and how fake they can be, and just like how hard it is to find what you're looking for. It really, what it comes down to the end of the day, it's like what you're looking for, what you think you're looking for, it doesn't really exist. Like, I mean, and it's not like, even for me, like I've been with so many different kind of women. It's not like I have a preference. I mean, I've been with all different kind of, I've been with, like Asian girls, black girls, white girls, big girls, skinny girls. I've been with so many different kind of people that it's not like I have a preference. It's not like I'm really all that picky. Um, and it's just like, to me, it's like the key things I look at a relationship. It's like you got to be able to. Uh, Intelligence is a huge thing. Intelligence, communication, um, being able to work together, cooperate, stay consistent. It's all about consistency. You can't, that's the other thing too. Most people and most women, they'll be like over here, and then they're just like, oh, then one day they just, and then it's just like, what the fuck was that? I'm just like left scratching my head, like I'm just lost, confused, like what's going on? It's just like, but that's just what I've come to find. It's just like you can't really take people seriously, but another thing, it's like, yeah, if you want to have your fun, you can go have your fun, but just be smart about how you play your game, and don't let like people um use you or get the best of you, suck you in, take your money. um and it's all about quality. It's like it's and like I've said, so many marriages, relationships today, they're total trash. They suck. And a lot of people, they're not even um together, or they're together but they're not even like having sex or like sexually like attracted to each other. It's just really weird. It's bizarre. It's just like um what people allow in their life, and how they just kind of let and that's why you have so many miserable people. And it's just like, for what works for some people, it's like some people, they might get lucky and find an early relationship early in their life, and it might work out if they get extremely lucky, or they find someone later in life. But like they always say, it gets harder. The older you get, the harder it gets. It
Yeah.
only gets harder. So it's not going to get any easier for me. Definitely. And for me, I'm like someone who, I feel like I'm extremely easy to get along with, and I feel like I have a lot going for me in a lot of ways. Um, the only thing, I don't have hundreds, thousands, millions of dollars. That's the only thing. That's the only area I'm lacking. It's like, I have, the everything else you pretty much could want. But again, you have to find someone who's consistent, and someone who, like I said, is appreciative, who appreciates you, wants to work with you, is consistent, and wants to. Like you said, it doesn't have to necessarily be a truth seeker, but I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to be, obviously, I'm gonna have to be attracted to you. You're gonna have to, have, nice feminine features and qualities. Um, you're gonna have to, if you're into what I like to do, that'd be perfect. It's like, oh, what do you do? Oh, you work out, you go to the gym. Oh, you could do that together. Oh, what do you do? You go for a run. You can do that together. Or you go to the trampoline park together. You could go drive around together. Do simple, cheap, easy things. Just, um, I'm not, like I said, I'm not into materialism and spending money and getting used and stuff like that. And unfortunately, that's just how most people are. They're just, and you just have to really find someone who is into you. Like I have to have someone, you have to be into me. It has to be 50-50. Like I have to be as into you as you are into me. It's got to be both ways. Or it ain't going to work. That's the other thing. So it can't be like, you have to have a perfect balance. Um, and even what you want out of things. Just like what you want. I think it's important to be just honest, are we just fucking? Are we just hooking up? We just having fun? Do you want a relationship? What, and are you, and then if you are in a relationship, it's like, okay, or you try to have a relationship, it's like, okay, here's maybe like a game plan, or here's what we're going to do together, or maybe, um, and it's different for everyone. Some people, they come together, they work together. Some people, they kind of have separate lives and they're together. So it's kind of different for everybody, but
Mhm.
some people kind of have their own thing. And I think that, um, to each their own too. Um, just based on my experiences too. A lot of times, living together for you're married isn't a good idea. A lot of times that kind of screws things up. You should wait till, you're married, or that's going to be the person. A lot of times people just, they move too quickly, and they just, they fight too much, or they get too they just need to spend more time apart, and they just spend too much time together, and it kind of destroys what they have, and things don't work out. And I know that happens a lot of times too. Um, and a lot of times people, and the biggest reason people uh, fight, and the biggest reason people have so many issues to begin with too, a lot of it comes down to money. I mean, relationships are the biggest cause of relationship problems and breakups, and all the problems in society all stem back to money anyways. It usually always comes down to money. um, so you really have to find, like I said, someone that can kind of, it's like I said, I mean, and for some people, I mean, they'll say, oh well, and I don't necessarily recommend dating if you don't have a lot of money. I mean, it can work, but it's like, it just comes down to, if that person is, like you said, like in like your situation, how you and your girlfriend, that you work together, like you both have the restaurant business, you're in that together, and then plus you got your kids, so it's like you have things, um you have like a structure built, um with your family and with the people you're around. That's a big staple too, if you can have that to make things work and stabilize things too. um Trying to find people that kind of want that, or even someone, if say I'm with a woman, and say she's got hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions, highly unlikely, but say that was the case, it's like, okay, is that person gonna work with me, be part of like what I'm about? So you have to have, um
Little
personality
sugar
plays a
daddy
huge role.
situation. Get yourself in a little sugar daddy situation, or
Yeah, sugar
sugar
mama, yeah.
mama. Yeah.
Yeah, find some old cougar or something.
Finance our plans.
Yeah.
But no, I could, yeah, you made really really good points. I think the only thing I would I mean, you said it two different ways, so I think you were mentioning two different avenues of going about things, but you mentioned things before marriage, or when you know that they're the one. And I would say, yeah, yeah. I was initially like a little, just because I think the prospect of marriage is actually next to money. Marriage equals money. That's the other thing too that people don't realize, is
Yeah.
that marriage is the, it's not just the binding, it's not even the binding of you to that other person. It's the binding of that other person's financials to you. That's what it is. It's because you can easily separate the two people once they're married, but those finances are, come on, just cannot get them separated for some reason. So that's what marriage really truly is. So I would say the latter of what you said, of when it's the one type of deal. And because that's the
Right.
situation I'm in. There,
Right, because you're not married, right.
maybe me and my lady will have a ceremony one of these days, and I think that that'd be something really cool to do, because it would be our both of our wants to, in some way, ratify or celebrate what we got going on, but it won't be at any courthouse. There won't be any paper signed at a courthouse for both of our states of being, for both of our well-beings, because you know yeah, right now the pendulum's at the point where it's not like I have that much to offer if things were to go sour and we were divorced. But um it's just it adds such a wrench and such a aspect into relationships, that anyone would ever have to think that I d- you know I don't want you to have to be financially burdened to me in the same way I wouldn't want. It just adds such an aspect of stress and insanity that you'd ever have to, that should not be even a close to an aspect of why you two are in a binding relationship together. And if that is one of the aspects, I think it should be annulled right then and there. That would be a healthy government. A healthy government would be the one that says, "Oh, you guys are in it for money together? Nope. Sorry. We know, no, we're not going to allow that because that's going to lead to divorce and that's not healthy for you and your potential children. So, you guys can go stay together all you want, but you're not going to do it, by law." And then in this world, the laws are also just and good. But let's just pretend with me for a minute. Um, but yeah, that's not how it is. Instead, it's like, "Oh, you want to get married? Okay, go to Vegas and get drunk."
Yeah.
Well, you're legally married now, so your finances are glued together and you don't even remember what you did last night. "Oh, hey, by the way, she wants to divorce you. Oh, hey, by the way, here's what that comes with. You didn't
Yep.
know that you were doing this when you were both together making decisions, both together making decisions. You didn't know that you solely were the one that was going to, you know, this was going to be a detriment to only you. You didn't realize that. Why is it that way? Because." "Oh, okay. Is that all?" "Yep." "Okay. Have a good day." So there's really no actual reasoning for it. It and it's so strange. It's just one of those divisive things. That it really is. It's literally a divisive thing because it separates you from another person. That's like the meaning of it. But this whole you can have all day long. You'll have one sex, male or female, be talking about what makes them so unique and what makes them better in this way. But then still at the end of the day, so let's say for women, it's 90% of them, they don't need no man and they're all independent and everything like that. Well, how come they're not tearing down the court system? That goes against
Yeah.
their ideas. That court system says you're not good enough. You need man's help even after you don't want him around. You still need his help. That's weird that you prescribe to that thought, but yet you don't say it openly. That's weird. You should say that openly then. Yeah, I'm so bad at finances. I'm not able. I'm not good enough that after we both split up because I don't want him either, he should still have to finance me because I can't do it and I can't figure it out. And then what's even more crazy is that you have a court system that's like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, let me make that happen for you." It's just like, how hard do I need to cry as a man to get anything done? They're just, "Get out of my courtroom. You're held in contempt. We told you to stop crying." Whereas, anyway, this is, I do not see things in a tribal way. I know I can talk about things in a tribal way, but at the end of the day, I want us to strip the tribalism from all aspects of how we handle things. We shouldn't be looking at ourselves as male, female, and so different and everything. I'm talking about an aspect of it that exists. That doesn't mean I want it to exist, and that doesn't mean I'm exposing it from a male point of view and I'm a male supremacist. I No, males do plenty of their, of things our own crappy wrong way. And I wanted to preface that too in what we've been talking about because we both know we've been predatory. We've been plotting. Men have their own ways about doing things. I'm not giving away all the secrets. I'm not going to need to use them, I don't think, anymore in my life. But I'm still not giving them away right now, even though they go with me. Got you, bros. But no, you know, women, they have the things that they do and men have the things they do. This is not a male supremacist podcast, and I'll speak for myself, but I do think I'm, in the realm of how you're thinking as well, is that we're speaking about our experiences and we're talking about things that we have firsthand knowledge of. And that's not to say that all women are like this. And we do speak in generalities because there's a reason to speak in generalities. How many people didn't freak out from COVID? A small percentage of people. So, we don't know the small percentage of girls that are the perfect marriage material at 17. Those
Right.
girls are extremely rare. And the same goes for the guys. The guy that's ready to take on the responsibility of a wife and eventual children. And I can see, I understand what you were alluding to, and this is a difficult conversation to have because the lines are so blurred nowadays. Where
Yeah.
you talk about kids, what used to be happening is, it's such a strange thing. We live in this world where porn is on the front of your YouTube page. It's at school, it's every single place you go, but yet you can't talk about a healthy relationship between two 16-year-olds starting their relationship early so that they have their years of the best years of health wise to raise a child. That means the child is being born out of a fertile, healthy, elastic body, like not one that's going to be broken by the time it's popped out of there, not one that it's not getting, because there's a million health reasons. My point is like we blur these lines, and I don't want to. I'm not saying I'm for one or the other. I'm just saying I find it very suspicious that the same the same system that pushes as much sexuality, that's debauchery in sexuality to the kids, doesn't foster their idea of them meeting someone early, staying with that person, and making little great humans together earlier. What does it matter? It's not rape. It's not anything like that. But even now, the the thing I the thing that happens is even me. It's like I want my kid nowhere near females right now. I'm trying to tell him, yo, please, please understand where I'm coming from. There is obviously good things to them. There obviously is a reason you want to be around them. There's, at the end of the day, the writing's on the wall with what goes on, but it's not worth it. It's not worth it for them either. They don't understand that it's not worth it, maybe. I want you to understand it's not worth it right now. And so there very well may be, if he does take my advice, there, it's a little annoying that that 0.0000348% girl might just be in his vicinity. But that's like fishing for grenades. It's like there is a live fish in there somewhere, but the
Right.
rest are going to blow you up. It's just like, okay, well, am I that ready to take a risk that to put, or should I just, throw the baby out with the bathwater on this for a time being? Because that's the other thing they really try to push it. It's almost like that trap when you go into the room and the door closes behind you and the ceiling starts falling in. You know what I mean? That feeling of like we're trapped and there's a certain amount of time. They try to set a time on things. And when you get older, you realize that timeline is totally whack. You can meet somebody, come to know them, shoot out babies all in the span of months. These things do not take years. And I'm not saying that it's not the best way to have a healthier chance, maybe if it goes over years and everything. But as it is, when you do meet somebody that fits certain criterias, you'll be in a better place if you give yourself time to acclimate to the
Yeah.
world, not to go into the world and acclimate yourself into it, but like acclimate to it by seeing it take place. And that, like I said, it's like you're going to have friends that have girlfriends. You're going to have girlfriends and stuff like that, friends that are girls. And there's going to be those draws and those pulls, but it's just not worth it. And it's not worth it in me trying to be controlling or anything like that. Obviously, I don't want to see him get hurt. I don't want to see him hurt anybody either. I know that that's a thing too. It's like I can sit here and say, "Oh, my poor boy," but I know if my mom was talking about me, it would be the other way around. She'd be like, "Oh, those poor girls." She wouldn't say that because I'm her baby, but that would be the reality. And more often than not, I had some weird faults of my, that ended up making things go a little wacky in my experiences. Not to say that the girl was perfect either. That these things were, toxic from the start type of ideas. But because I wasn't in that right frame of mind, I wasn't operating right. And he needs to learn how to be in the right frame of mind to operate right. And that is going to take time, and it's not going to go well if he dips his toes into an even more toxic cesspool that I couldn't resist. Once he dips his toe in, a siren pulls him in. Just sit waiting there below the murky surface. Hopefully I'm painting a picture here, people. But and this doesn't I don't want this to sound like hyper controlling, or because to an extent it's not controlling at all. And people need to just get over it and raise your own kids and whatever. I'll take advice and certain things like that, but you can't sit there and tell me based on my experience that how parents are handling it nowadays is the right way. I can tear your argument apart. I'll tear it to shreds to say that, oh, we should just be sending our kids. All we should be saying in the morning, if we even see our kids in the morning before they're out to catch the bus at 6:30 in the morning, like they work at a factory. If I even see them, it'll just be like, have a good day. And they'll get home at 4 o'clock, like they work at a factory. And I will not. How was school? Oh, a thing that I'm not going to tell you because you're on a need to know basis, because the only people that need to know are at the place I go to, the factory I work at, basically. That that relationship is not okay. And that is what they deem okay, because they're all looking through their rose-colored glasses thinking their kid's not going to be that kid. Their kid's that kid. Their kid is that kid, and it's making more of that kid because it wants more friends. That's how that crap works. It is a competition from 7:30 to 3:30 all day every day. And even the kids, it's what's crazy is even the kids that were sidelined when because I was a popular kid in high school, even the kids I remember that were sidelined at post high school, because I was still on social media like Facebook and everything, I eventually saw them turn into the degenerates, even the ones that were just lowly. And there were, even after that, it fosters this idea that I didn't do what I wanted to do in high school. Now I'm about to go do it as an adult, and it's going to be twice as bad because I have power now. I have my own autonomy. I don't have to hide in a school and at Susie's house who has the cool parents. I don't have to do all these behind the back tactics to get the pleasure and the fun that I want. And that's not the kid I want. Not that I want. That's not the kid I want him to want to be, because I know that is an empty feeling. I want him to be fulfilled in how he feels about things, how he thinks about things. And you can't do that when you're being led and made to do everything based off of the system that we're under right now. There's no room for freedom of thought and free thought. There's no questioning. There's get in line and pick your poison. So I know that I keep tying this back to school, but it's a hard topic for me to, I said a little bit of my piece that, in my experience, you gave yours experience a little bit. And, a lot of the times I had problems drinking, especially post, my son's mom. After that failed, I had a big problem. I call it a big problem. And I think that's a good thing, because I could explain my problem to people and they'd be like, "What? You're fine. You should get back on the wagon. If anything, you haven't done enough." But I consider what I was at a big problem. I never let it get so big that there was nothing major ever that happened alcohol related, but I'm talking about personally. I was slipping, my own body was slipping away. And by own body, I do mean my own body, not just getting drunk mentally, but I was feeling effects on my own body from drinking so much that are negative and I don't that are embarrassing and negative. So, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of terms out there for what happens to when you drink too much. Anyway, I won't be too candid with this discussion, but so there's those things I want, that I use as a basis to, you know, teach him that these systems, they can pull you in real easily with the promise of the glamour of it, with like the glitter of it and the smell of it, but when you wake up, that smell is gone and it's replaced with a whole nother smell, and that glitter's been gone and it's replaced with smears. I'm painting a terrible picture. I'm just saying let's say I'm talking not realistically. I'm talking about mentally. You do not wake up from a binge feeling good. You don't wake up from a lust-filled, you know, unnecessary romp feeling good. The only thing that makes you feel good about it is the system that tells you you have now gained a star. You have just achieved something only because we said that that is what you should be achieving. Instead, your parents should be teaching you the right ways to achieve, the right ways to go about things. And yes, they can lean on their past a little bit, but I'm not being an avatar. I'm not vicariously keeping him from every little thing that I did. That's not the goal at all at the end of the day. I understand, like you were saying, he's an individual and there's gonna be certain things that I'm not gonna understand because I'm not him. But
Right.
but I will counter what you said about everybody being an individual. They're also all the same. It's crazy how the dichotomy works that way. Everybody is individual. I would say everyone can be individual. That is the difference. Everybody can be an individual,
Yep.
but not everybody is. In fact, most people aren't. And I want him to be an individual.
100%, 100%. No, you nailed it. Too, if I have any advice for him too, it's patience. I mean,
Mm.
um, he's at a great age right now, half my age. So I mean, he could fuck. I mean, he could fucking can the school, and I could be his teacher and teach him everything I fucking know too, and he could be, right on point. It's like that's just the way I see it. I mean, um, some people aren't. It's like I was saying, some people are just they're not meant for relationships. They're not meant to, you know. Some people are just they're meant to just be, whoever. Maybe they're just meant to be a porn star, a stripper, prostitute, whatever. And it's just, to each their own. And some people aren't meant for relationships. Some people are. Some people are, they're meant to have kids and get married. Some people aren't. Um, Everyone's kind of meant to kind of figure themselves out as they go. I mean, it's just like, if you were to go back and, we were to go back in time, um, before like laws, rules, regulations. And that's another thing too, I bring up too. There's too many laws and rules and regulations today. There's too much bullshit and just ruins everything and just wrecks everything. It's like back in the day. I mean, uh, because I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, you look at human nature. You just, if you break it down to us, just being, the raw animals, like we used to be when we just lived out in nature and stuff. I mean, especially now. I mean, you don't know today. You don't know whether a girl is 12 years old or is she 24. I mean, you got 24-year-olds look like they're 12, and you got 12-year-olds look like they're 24. I mean, you don't know what anybody is anymore. I mean, and I'm not saying that, uh, a girl that was fucking, say we were back in the old times, a girl that we don't even know each other's age, say I'm 30 or you're 35, and then there's a, you know, uh, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old girl right there who's, say she's ready to go. She's ready to get it on. I mean, there's no laws, rules, we're just nature. We're just humans, we would just get that shit on. But, uh, and people can say it's right, it's wrong. I don't know, what even, a lot of it, what is the right and the wrong? A lot of it's just what people make it to be. I mean, who's to say, uh, that is wrong or it's right or whatever. I mean, I'm open-minded to things. You got to look at it, how things used to actually be before all of these things came up. I mean, uh, is that more wrong, or is it wrong that a 18-year-old or a 21-year-old is hooking up with like a fucking 90-year-old or 100-year-old? It's just like, wow. It's just like, that's just the way I see it. I mean, and again, I'm not saying go out and have sex with underage people and rape underage people or anything like that, but I'm just saying, like, that's just like the overall gist of it all. It's just like, that's what it boils down to. It's just like, you got to look at it like we are just these, that's how life used to be. It's just like, if we lived back in the 1800s. I mean, it wasn't, you didn't call the cops, you didn't call the military, you had a problem with someone, you shot them. You used to shoot people. You had someone did you wrong, you killed them. That's just how it was. I mean, you didn't go to jail, you didn't go to prison. That's the way life was. It wasn't, you didn't go to jail or prison, thousands of years ago if you were 30 and having sex with a 12, 14-year-old who was already, up to par with what you would think of a 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old. It's like, um, it's just like, that's just how it is. I mean, I think people just have to get back to that more raw, real, um, type of being, type of way, where you just kind of got to go back to almost like the prehistoric ages and just think about how that was. Because back then, I mean, you had to, life was hard. You had to, you didn't have all the things you have today. I mean, people had to, you had to work together. You had to come together. You had to uh, be part of a team, a tribe, a unit, a group. Uh, you had to get your own food. It wasn't at the grocery store. You had to find your own water. You had to, build your own shelter. You didn't have, nice hot showers. You didn't have all the things we have today. It's so, because if you look at the decline of humanity, especially in our lifetime, I mean, it's really just that we've just lost the touch of um, what we really truly are. I mean, and again, like I said, I don't. A lot of things are. I don't really see a right or wrong. It's just intuition. It's just whatever you. What do you think of it? I mean, it's like, there's so many things I don't know whether that's really right or wrong. I don't know what it really should be. I mean, I still open-minded to things. So it's like, to like people like your son and other people, younger, but my advice is, like I said, patience. Um, you have to be patient. It's like I said, I feel like I'm just figuring things out now. I feel like I'm just getting to where I need to be right now, and things are just starting to happen in my life now. I mean, so everyone's different and everyone's on a different path, and that's pretty much what it comes down to at the end of the day. I mean, and for people, a lot of people, like I said, the chances that you're gonna find what you're looking for, you think you're gonna find what you're looking for, like you said, how you're kind of keeping your son away from women. I think that's a great thing, especially nowadays. Um, and I mean, I can't imagine what it's like, for the younger people his age right now, what it's what it's like, and the women are like, and stuff like that, and what he could get himself into. I think you're making the right move. I mean, I actually agree with that. It's um because it's like, you have to look at it too. I mean, me and you can see it and understand it. Whereas, like I was saying before, someone like him, he's not going to know what we're talking about. The massive change of society, how it's all the things we lived through, where it's gone. I mean, he's not going to know this stuff. I mean, he doesn't remember what the '90s, early 2000s were like. He doesn't know any of that. I mean, so I think the younger people need um they need they need people that are older like us to really teach them and really show them the way. Because I mean, for the most part, they don't have a clue. I mean, um, so many of them are just, they're lost. I mean, they're not doing very well. And the other thing too, it's like, if you do look at a lot of people that are doing well or are successful, a lot of them do have, not all of them, but a lot of them do have, they have a wife, they have a girlfriend, they have a relationship. Um, Again, that's saying you need that to be successful, but a lot of people that are married to a relationship, they are successful, they are doing well, they have found someone. Some people though, they've been successful and they've kind of done on their own, and it's kind of weird. I mean, you kind of have, you see some people, I mean, they might be my age and maybe say they've really done well for themselves, say they've made hundreds, thousands, or maybe millions, and say they got a house and a rich fancy car, but it's like they're doing so well in that category, but then they're not even really out dating or having sex either. So it's kind of weird where we are. I mean, you have some people that you would think, oh, this person could get any women they want, and it's like they're just waiting. um, I mean, and like I said, patience is key too, but I think too, and I feel like, and like I say too in a lot of episodes too, like everything today is so pushed back. I do believe we should be doing things a lot earlier, but unfortunately the times we're in and in the day we live in, everything is so pushed back and so far behind that my recommendation is, for most people, that especially for men, is your life really doesn't even start till you hit like 30.
Hmm.
I mean, especially today. I mean, by the time you hit 30 today, it's like it's just starting. I mean, and it's kind of sad and shitty in some ways, because like, man, my 30 years in my prime just kind of gets wasted. But unfortunately, that's just pretty much the facts and truth today for almost everybody, because it's like, some people, they never even make it. I mean, some people, they never get anywhere. Some people, they never, you know, get enough money or find enough money, or you'll find what they're looking for. And the way things are, it's so hard to make it today. It's so hard to uh, do simple things, and um, it's hard to own a home. It's hard to have enough money to get married and have kids, and it's hard to even make it on your own. So it's like you have to just look at things, and you have to just see what really matters at the end of the day. I mean, it's like some people just they just want to do something. It's like they just want to get married or just have kids or just do something, but they don't even like think about really what they're doing while they're doing it. It's just really weird. It's like they just want to do something to do something. I'm more about doing it right, and I feel and I see that you're about the same exact thing. It's like, um, doing something right, and or at least putting yourself in position for it to possibly even go right, or to give yourself a chance. Basically, is what it really comes down to today. Um, and it's like I said before too. I mean, most marriages, and most marriages, relationships today, they're no good anyway. So it's like a lot of people, it's better to be by yourself. Like I say all the time, there's worse things than death. There's worse things than being alone, and people just have to, um, yeah, most likely accept that at some point in your life and just go from there. I mean, uh, you can always choose how you want to do things and what you want to do. I mean, um, I think if you are, like I said, if you are going to have a relationship, or try and find someone, you got to make sure that they're supportive of you and they're working with you, and they actually, maybe you don't, like I said, maybe maybe they're not a truth seeker, maybe they're not exactly like, um, what you might want, but there just has to be enough there that you just somehow find a way to make it work. I mean, and like I said, I mean, I look at a lot of people my age, most people my age and younger, they're not really doing that great. They didn't really find a lot of people, people that are a bit older, uh, seem to be doing like they kind of made it. So I feel like I'm kind of at that cutoff point where it's like, uh, for my life, I was kind of born in this generation where it's like you have this fall off point where most people that I know my age, especially like most guys, like they're alone. Like I said, they're not even having sex. They're not in relationships. They're just alone doing their own thing. That are around my age. So it's like you just see the different paths people take, and um, how things have changed. I mean, it's so much different than what it was 20, 30 years ago. You looked at a 30-year-old, 20, 30 years ago, and it's like, oh, well, you're old. And it's like now I look at it like you're young. I mean, I look at it like I said, 30, it's like, especially that's the biggest thing too, the biggest takeaway too. Like I said, it's not about the money, the status, all that. It's about your health and what you look like too.
Mhm.
I mean, that's a huge part of it too. And um, making sure at least look as good as you can, and be attractive and stuff, and uh, really worry and focus upon that as much as you can, because without your health you don't have anything. I mean, you can have all the money in the world, but how much shit do you need? How much shit do you need in your life? It's like you can't take it with you when you die. So it's like, um, again, I mean, like I said, I always rather be broke and not have shit than be rich and miserable and horrible health and dying. And so it's like you really just have to look at priorities, um, and then just find the right people and let them. Like I always say too, it's not about chasing people. It's not about chasing women. It's about um, letting things come to you and find you and draw into you. Uh, is really what you have to do. Is just kind of let things play out on their own and not try and um, force anything at any time. We're kind of, especially where we are now. I mean, especially today's world, just how bad things are. You definitely don't want to really force any things in this day and age, the way things are.
Yeah, that's generally not going to go well. People don't even like positive advice or, you know, alternative ideas being swung their way, let alone being forcefully told what to do, which is good when it comes to authority, but they tend to be completely fine with the authorities doing it and not, you know, not with the people that have better intentions, I would say. But yeah, I guess to close this one out, patience is a good idea. Um, certainly. And I guess to piggyback on what you were talking about, I, talking about, the how things used to be. I think there's always an argument for the needs of the time. And so, all the way back from, before the 1800s, 1600s and up, and how things uh used to go with whether it be dowries or arranged weddings or what's the other one? I guess dowries pretty much called pay um paints that picture. I don't agree with the systems that humans have come up with for kind of keeping these things arranged in a I understand the concept of doing it in a way. That's what I've been talking about is saying I want to have, not want to have a say so, but I want to have an impact on his decision process. I want him to not just, blindly go into things not understanding the implications of them. And back in the day, I think, the necessity, when you could just keel over from a cold, the idea of having more people, the idea of building your family name was more important. And so those age things were a lot more blurred. But here's what I'll say about that. I don't think it's anywhere near right for and guaranteed it's a different world, so who knows what the girl was thinking going into this, but you know I can't get behind. I think that there's a potentially a sweet spot, and I think it's somewhere around probably 16 nowadays. I'm not saying it always hasn't been that way, and I'm not saying you're advocating for that nowadays. I'm just saying in my mind when I've thought about this, because it is a touchy subject. People can't talk about these kinds of things like in a logical way about how bodies work and how just these things potentially technically should be, and there's been such a random spin on it. And like I said, you'll have this inundation on to kids with sexuality and all this stuff, but when it comes to the idea of fostering a relationship which eventually involves procreation, obviously, with, you know, the right aged body for the task, you know, that area is insanely great, and probably for good reason because of how evil people have become and how twisted that idea has become. And like that kind of feeds into what I was saying. Like there was a necessity back in the day for these systems not to be the way they were exactly, but for something like that to be in place because of population or whatever. But now we're on the complete other end of the pendulum. It's it's almost unnecessary for it. So the age of consent, if you will, should definitely be higher because all today's day and age does is breed people looking to take advantage of the concept. There's a concept that at one point made sense. It definitely wasn't used correctly, but the concept was there was a need for the concept of it of younger child birthing. But then what's happened is with the necessity going down for the concept, now what you have is people taking advantage of the concept and thinking they have a standing something to stand on in it nowadays. And so it's really muddied the waters to ever get back to those times because I see what you're talking about. It's like you wouldn't so say we're in a world over here and there's a whole nother world over here. That world has been doing things according to the cycles of the human body. And in this world, we do things according to our feelings. And that's really one of the major disconnects between that world and this world. And why we have such issues in child development nowadays is because the date has been pushed further and further back because the pendulum swung all the way the other way. But even so, I think from here on out, I can't ever see a palatable age anywhere probably later than 16, in my opinion. And I know that that's like, I think in most countries it's 16 still, but or most other countries, but I just don't see the necessity for it because of how different the world is and how I can only imagine it would. We can make the argument all we want about what our purposes are on this earth, and it's quite obvious. It's like we can sit here and say whatever we want about it, but our nuts are there to house sperm that fertilize an egg that is only available in the other sex. And it just so happens that the other sex eggs are available. And when they're not being used, they get thrown away every month. There's this process that happens, and we didn't come up with this process. This is the way the process works. I would still push towards similar age ranges being not push it. I'm not saying I want to push any. I don't care what people do. I would care if I found out a 30-year-old was with a 13-year-old. Fuck that, dude. I'll be. It is what it is nowadays. That doesn't mean I can't understand the context and the necessity at one point, but we're so far beyond that nowadays that I'm so far swinging with the pendulum that I just see the evil in humans, and I like it's the same idea of fishing for grenades, fishing for fish in a lake full of grenades. I wouldn't trust the person that said they were doing it for the right context and the right reasons. I want to be the first guy to. I'm volunteering to be the first guy to get us right back on the ship, to get the ship back with our bodies. It's like, no, we would have to have a council. We would have to probably nobody on that council could volunteer themselves because and then we would have to be like starting anew with a new generation, raising them in a certain way and teaching them a new better way that is more in line with their bodies, but fully admitting that we didn't do it right. But we can't be the ones to be like, oh, I'm 50, but I'm on the council. Let's, So anyway, I know this is it's a weird topic. It's a weird topic. And I'm sure there's shady um, pizzerias with people having these discussions in a sinister way in the back, but we're just having an open conversation about it. This isn't advocating any kind of like weirdness with kids, adolescences at all. This is a discussion about what the human beings are supposed to be doing. And
Right.
and so, you gotta start somewhere. You gotta go from somewhere. But either way, as far as the advice you gave, of course, yes, patience is key. And without patience, you end up, like I said, dipping your toes into the cesspool, and it's a slippery slope from there. And before you know it, like I told you, dude, it's easy. These things are easy to make, bro. I could make 5 more tomorrow. It's so easy. I've always said that just piss people off, but um
Could make 10 a day.
exactly. Yeah, I mean, I guess at that point it would be kind of rough for me, but around 3, maybe 3 a day max, but I'd still be pumping out some good numbers. But anyway, yeah, as far as you go, I think we'll end kind of where we ended on the last episode. Take your own advice. Patience is key. And like I mean, I guess I kind of broken recording this one, but like I said, you can find that person. You could basically make up the time that you feel like you might be losing because you're not with that person right now. You know what I mean? That you won't realize it until it's happening, or maybe even until after it's happened, and you can have that moment where you can look at it from a few feet back and see what's actually happening. It's really hard in the moment to realize what's going on, to have, now sight or foresight. It's real easy to have hindsight. And but you will eventually see that it will probably not take any time at all to coalesce with another person, with another girl, another lady, and figure these things out. And I guess the only thing I would say is if you go cougar hunting, it's like you gotta understand what that entails as far as um procreation. And I would say you should have a couple kids. I think everybody should have a couple kids. I don't think I guess I should reword that. I think everybody in their right mind should have a couple kids. It's hard to know if you are that kind of person, but I consider you in your right mind. And I think you pin that against all the pointless remedial things that you've done with women up until that point, and you'll see the significance of it. You'll see the difference instantly. And it's also not a glue. A child is not glue. And that's another mistake that people fall into, is thinking that a child is glue for the parents. It's not. In fact, it's probably the best anti-glue out there. It's just that we try to think of it as glue. And when you're thinking in that aspect, you're already at a negative thought process behind your relationship. You're already thinking about the negatives. You're already thinking about the potential negatives. You're already thinking about the potential disasters. You're already thinking about the potential bad things that happen. And you know what happens? You become a fortune teller real quick when all you think of is negative. You know what I mean? You start to
Yeah.
see all those negative things just pile up right in front of you, and you become a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it's hard, like I said, it's hard to see it when you're in it, but when you're not in it and you can see it for what it is, you can realize you can do that with good things. And when you put your mind towards doing that with good things, hopefully that snowballs. And trust me, this is something I'm learning and trying to apply. I don't apply this perfectly. Otherwise, I would be saying this on my private jet with, you know what I mean? Just not to say that money and wealth is the key to anything. I'm just saying things would be, I'm not saying this, I'm not taking my silver spoon out and saying this to you. I'm flawed. I completely, like, I try at my best to paint, you know, the picture of that the world is giving me and make it as right as my morals tell me to make it, just applying, and my morals being very simple, treating people for the most part right. But I also, feel like the same way I need to earn respect, everybody needs to earn respect, and respect means different things to different people. But at the end of the day, without just sounds like I'm giving you a parent talk, and I'm just, you're just like, damn, when is this going to end? No, I just think that, you should give it a real go and use patience. If you're dating girls, if you're meeting girls, do it with the right mindset. And, let me put it this way. I think there's a lot of power in, say you've met a girl and it's the end of the night and there's a prescribed potential normal thing that two adults should go and do, but you just kiss her ass on the forehead and say, have a good night. I have a hard time imagining that girl would just be like, would be turned off by that. And not to say that she's turned on. I'm not talking about this in a sexual way necessarily. I'm just saying that right there being a small test, whether or not that girl appreciates what you did right there and appreciates the idea of this not being just about one thing. That's like a small, and you shouldn't test your partner or anything like that. I'm just saying this is a test of sorts. It's not like you do it with saying, oh, she better text me back and go into it wanting to analyze what she does. I'm just saying it's something I thought about. uh, if you abstain from the fun and the pleasure, is she going to be okay with that? That's like a good first decider whether or not it's worth pursuing, is what I'm trying to say. Then go on
Yeah,
from
I
there. It
mean,
shouldn't be too hard.
yeah, I mean that's not bad advice at all. I mean, um, yeah, I mean, it's like we were saying too. Everyone's different. I mean, um, for me, I remember when I fucking like first hit like puberty when I was like 12, and I got my first like armpit hair, and I thought it was gross, and I'd actually fucking like shave it and shit, and I did that for like because it weirded me out. I'm like, the fuck. I remember it was like June of like 20. It was like June of 2007, and I was like, I just got my first armpit hair, and I was like, I remember I was like 94 pounds or whatever. And I just like remember just looking in the mirror. I'm like, it's so weird. It's so gross. I remember like shaving it a few times, and like after a while, just like, okay, I'm like, I'm done. I'm just gonna leave it alone. It's just like,
I
yeah, I
always thought it was
mean,
going to tickle. I always thought that it would guaranteed tickle. Like, how does it not tickle? It's a tickly
yeah,
spot. I'm not very ticklish, but it's a tickly spot. And I've seen guys with their massive armpit hair, and I'm just like, oh my God, that's got a tick. That's probably so frustrating all day long. And then you just never feel it ever again in your life. It's insane how you just don't feel it.
yeah, it's so weird. I remember too, like even when I had my surgery too in like 20, was that 20 yeah, 2012 there in December too, and they like shaved my leg because before you have surgery they shave you and
Mhm.
stuff. So like they shaved like half my calf and like half my quad there by my knee and stuff. It was so weird to see, like, because it's been so long without leg hair, remembering like silk smooth, just that girly legs. But yeah, I mean everyone yeah, everyone hits their um or hits puberty or whatever, sexual adolescence at a different age or different times. It's like, I mean, it's like I was saying too. I mean, fuck. I mean, you could be a 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old dude, and there could be a 30-year-old chick or fucking 25 or something. It's like, I look at things, I'm open minded with things. I look at things, it's like, well, I mean, what's really right? What's really wrong? I mean, obviously, I mean, it's like I'm not attracted to, children and little people. It's like you got to be a fully developed woman, but some women, like I said, are fucking 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. They're fully developed, and some are fucking 24, they look like they're 12. It's like, and some are 12, look like they're 24. I mean, and it's like if you take, laws and rules and shit out of it, just let people be people. I mean, what are you really going to come up with at the end of the day? It's pretty interesting when you look at it. What's right, what's wrong, what, and you could put either way. Men, women, different ages, different, whatever, and uh, it's the same thing too. I mean, you look at it that way, or you look at it, like I said, even if whether we knew our ages or not, whether age is a thing or not, you just look at it. Fuck. I mean, I think that's the way people should be. I mean, people should just kind of follow more of what you're attracted to, and kind of do more of what you want. Let your intuitions, and then, you know, um, slowly open up the book from there. I mean, it's kind of like me when I'm out and about too. It's like, the women that it's like I'm always kind of more into. Well, it's weird because like all the attractive women are the women that are like usually more into me, that are like more kind of feminine. Then you get these other women, but they're not really that attractive. They're kind of more like manly, but they don't really like. They're just kind of doing their thing. I mean, there's like no like connection, or you can't really like. I don't know. They're just kind of like in their own little world. It's kind of strange, but I think that's kind of what they've done with society too. That's a big thing. You kind of have. I mean, I obviously like I said, feminine women, and obviously I want to see boobs. I don't want to see pecs. I don't want to see hairy armpits and all that garbage and junk. It's like, no, it's like, but now you got, the men want to be women, women want to be men. So you got all these um, different
Yeah, that's
people
another thing.
about
Don't
it.
get snaked, bro.
Yeah.
Run her by me real quick. I'll do that. I'll give it the little. I'll make sure to give you what's the word, secondary second opinion.
Yeah. Let me,
Just in
like, I
case,
gotta, I
just
gotta,
in case you're not so stuck on something that you're not seeing something. You know what I mean?
yeah. Don't know if there's something that's gonna poke you or something that's gonna. It's like,
You're probably
are those boobs really boobs, or are those pecs? Let me give those a feel. Let me try those out real quick. Let me see what you got back. And got to double check you here. Yeah, that's a big thing today. It's like, cause you just don't, like I said. I mean, there's like that one person at the gym. I don't know what the fuck it is. Is it a man? Is it a woman? I don't know what it is. I don't know. I know
the
there's.
trick. The trick is
Yeah.
just pretending to be like so like romantic that you're just like I love the feminine beauty of a woman's neck. Like, you could do that with any piece of their body, but just make sure it's the neck. That way you can make sure real quick. And then 20 years from now, she'll be like, hey, what happened to you loving my neck? Don't worry about it. I don't know what you're talking about. Look, I know now. We got 5 kids. We're fine. You're fine. But yeah. With that being said, any idea of I mean, who knows what the next week brings? We could have I mean, I could be saying this from a snowed in place because I say it's going to snow all week in Washington, where I live in Washington, and I know there's a winter advisory where you live in Washington. So who knows? We could be talking more about weather. Uh, also, oh man, are we going to be doing a Super Bowl Super Show? Man, it's weird how our dates have all like I mean, just choosing Sunday, it's weird. People keep that in mind, how powerful Sunday is on the calendar. Because we do our thing every Sunday, we're seeing this. And I've already kind of known about it because it's, a religious holiday, a religious day or whatever. But it's also, I think, a bastardization of the true Sabbath. Not to say I think all of that is real or anything, but um it's interesting how many big deals keep coming up on Sunday and how our show kind of just lends itself to the day because it's almost always something crazy happening on Sunday. But I guess we'll be talking a lot about the Super Bowl. So join us there
Yeah.
and
We'll do the Super Bowl. Yeah, it's going to be interesting week with this weather and the snow, whatever is really going on here. We'll definitely have to track this, and I'm sure we'll have something to say about it. Um, yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some things that pop up this week. Like I said, they might be connected with these. There might be more plane crashes, helicopter crashes, that type of thing. And I'm sure too, we're going to hear, there's going to be obviously more tributes to the Super Bowl and stuff, and
Hmm.
there's going to be some other things too, because we're already getting into. Well, it's interesting too because we're doing, like tonight's relationships. We got like Valentine's Day is coming up too, so
True.
it's kind of fitting for that because that's coming up as well. Um, it's so weird too because it's weird to think that we're less than 2 months till April already. It's crazy. I mean, March is going to be here in March. I think March is going to be a really interesting month because um, I feel like that's a month that could go really any way, especially with the weather and stuff. And will we see some kind of event or lockdown or something big happen that month? That's going to be, I think, a real telltale month. But this month too, it's so weird how all of a sudden, it's February and all of a sudden now we're kind of somewhat kind of snow and these weird things are happening. And um, of course, this is the shortest month of the year too. That's the big thing you got to look at, shortest month of the year. So it's going to be jam packed with a lot of things.
We can only celebrate Black people for so long. You know what I mean?
Right.
28
Yeah.
days is about all we can do. Yeah. Normal 30-day month. I'd really like to go back to the rainbow or something else. I'm being facetious. I'm not talking as me. I'm talking about as American corporations. I mean, first of all, I don't know if it's still their thing. I obviously on yesterday on the first, I went on to Google and they're like tribute. They like to do those little stupid art pictures for for people's birthdays and stuff. But it's for Black History Month, and it was like a black hand being a DJ, and like I'm like, and just like the little things there. I was like, man, this is crazy. It's actually, I don't believe in racism in the way that it's espoused nowadays, but that shit was it's like, how could anyone take this not racist? It's just so, it's prejudice is what I mean. It's pigeonholing. It's just like, you're Black. What you are known for is this. It's just like, what? Who thinks that way? White people are known for this. Hispanic people are known for this. It's just such a weird way to think about things. It's just like, what are you talking about? You tell me a Hispanic person can't just wake up and want to do anything else anybody else can do? Why are they for that? And it's those systems that keep, and I understand it's also traditions. I'm not a big proponent of traditions. I don't have any. I wouldn't be opposed to making some that I deem as good and holistically good for us. But yeah, I follow zero traditions. So I don't even celebrate my birthday, and it was just last week. So
Yeah, it's crazy. It's weird too, like how you were saying too, how all this stuff lines up because you have, like I said, the big um, Kurt Cobain's birthday's coming up on the 220, and then tonight this is the 20th episode, and it's on 2/2. So you have the 2/2 and the 20, and then 220's coming, and it's just like all these things are lining up perfectly, and it's so weird too, because like you said, we're going to be on 2/9, so all the 2/9s are coming together next week, and yeah, all these Sundays keep getting more interesting. It's weird too because you're starting to see, even I've noticed today too, the sun is starting to stay out longer too. The days are slowly getting longer. It's um we're almost, I think the time switches somewhere there in March, um where then you're gonna have longer, it's longer out during the day, and then shorter, or it's longer after, so the sun's gonna be out like 7, 8 o'clock, it'll be out longer and stuff, and it's gonna be, who knows though if we're just entering winter, or are we gonna have later spring, or what's going to happen here. I feel like we're kind of on this changing of the tides, and it's going to be interesting to see um, if we do really get any accumulation of snow this week too, because it might even kind of shut me down too to an Uber and stuff, driving around and stuff. So I might be kind of shunned into maybe a little bit, depending if it gets too bad. But I don't know. We'll have to see what happens because I'm wondering too because we haven't really got there's still really no accumulation, but I mean, are we going to at some point get a big storm or something going to happen and then
Remains to be seen.
yeah, we'll have to see if any planes or any nuclear bombs come crashing down too. The only oh look, it's snowing. Oh, I see a bright light. Oh, what's that?
A shooting star, honey. It's coming right at us.
Yeah. Look, I
And
think that
maybe,
one's going to make it all the way to Zach's house at this trajectory. It's going to head all the way to Prosser
well,
or,
also,
or
I think one thing
explode.
we didn't touch on that maybe I'll have time to look more into it too. Like I said, these were kind of like hurried go through surface level takes on these things, and it's definitely worth checking out Zach's videos on these because I'll be going and doing that as well. I'll be going and watching his videos too because that's if I miss them, I try to watch them and catch up to things. But there's reports saying that Black Hawk helicopter was a unmanned. So there's like weird reports coming out that they've already started to like lie and say like the three people on there, they're already naming names. And then there's other reports saying there's a potential that was an unmanned helicopter, which what I would take from that is I'll look into it and I'll try to figure some more out about this. But what I normally think of when I hear about these like amending the story, it's to get you to buy the first part of the story. It's less about because then you'll be arguing, was it an unmanned helicopter or was it a manned helicopter? And you won't ever think, was it even a helicopter?
Right.
So they already got you. They already will have you far enough
Yep.
away from the truth that everything else is because it was it a Boeing or was it a bombardier plane that crashed into the World Trade Center? It's just like you're arguing about the type of plane. Was it an Islamic person on the plane, or were they Israeli? Well, you're arguing about that. It's a plane. You just said it. It's a plane. Now you're stuck in it being a plane that hit the towers. So you just already stuck on the plane. So anyway, just throwing that out there that I've seen reports that it was potentially an unmanned Black Hawk helicopter that they just I mean, not to say that our government won't just throw away expensive military equipment, a la Afghanistan. Hey, let's just pull out and leave all our nice brand new Toyotas and our Humvees and helicopters and jets. Let's just get out of there. It's what the people want. The next thing, anyway, that's all a psyop. Anyway, any suggestions? Feel free to email us, leave them in the comments for next week. We're going to have the Super Bowl, obviously, but I don't think I can talk about the Super Bowl for 3 hours plus. So, obviously, the news might guide where we go with this. Maybe we'll just make it all about Luigi Mangione.
Yeah.
Fuck it. We're not going to allow him to be forgotten. It's funny because, like, I can't stand the idea of what he is to people, yet I swear I'm the only one who remembers him. It's crazy. Everybody was just like, "Oh my god, Luigi, he's our savior," and now he's just like lost in the wind. And I hate him, yet I have to keep bringing him up because to prove that people just have insane amnesia with this stuff. But yeah, until next week, Finding Truth signing off.
Peace.